with a form of technical difficulty. Okay, it's not technical difficulty, it's operator difficulty. Let's get that down here. Let's get our live dashboard up. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're already here, how are you already here?
Yeah.
Pull that open, Jamie. There we go. And we are starting late. I am aware that we are starting late. It is 6:36. This is much later than I normally start. Also, we have a new starting soon and starting late panel. Hope you guys like it. Alright. And let's get this shared about. But first, let's get some sweet jams. Some sweet Jim Jams. I also need to move my microphone just a hair, so it's more in front of my face. There we go. Kaboom. Alright, and let's type into the search bar just some royalty-free jazz. Here we go. Oh, dude. Hello and welcome. I'm getting stuff shared about because I have a bunch of Discords to post to that I am live. So that's what we're getting done. That is good to hear. I apologize for not streaming on Saturday. I happen to have too many friends over at one given point in time. Gotta tweet this out. And now, real quick, to clarify, Green Shirt. To clarify, this is the game that you said was basically second to last because we can skip over 8. I don't think I own 8, gonna be honest. King's Quest Collection does not come with it, I don't believe. Alright, so Control V. Here. Thank you.
Keep it up high.
Yes. Alright, and then one more spot to share this. Boom. Boom. And, just in time for the music to stop, actually. Alrighty, now. Let's get started. 6 and 7 are both very much so worth playing. Mask of Eternity, aka 8, is worth skipping. Good to know. That means that I am one away from finishing up this this quest here. Let's hide the image. And let's get to work. King's Quest Collection is opening up. Yeah, okay, that's funny. It's good that 8 is worth skipping because I only have up to 7 in the King's Quest Collection from Steam. So that's the image is hidden. Worth it if you like to hate yourself. Oh, mother of pearl. Oh, that's funny. Alright, and let us pull up the guidebook, because I've forgotten to do this before I started streaming because I was in a bit of a rush. Here today, gone tomorrow. Or here today. Alright, just a moment. Pulling up this goodness. Also, something that I searched within the week, Daventry is a real place. It's a real place in England. Just to let you guys know, it's a town. It's a very small town. Or, it's a rather small town, not very small town. Right, here we go. Here's the guidebook coming up. And let's go through the opening, because we have yet to see this. Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry. Oh, we have 3D animation now.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not thinking about Cosima, are you?
Hmm? I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all, you only met her that once.
Is that ironic, or
Have
is
you
that
discovered
actually you
anything
saying
about
that?
the land of the Green Isles?
No. No one's even heard of it. It's like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
I mean, it's up. Despite his family's concern, Alexander remains tormented by the thoughts of Cosima. It's pretty alright for the time, especially since they could do shots like this without having to pay an animator extra. Is the magic mirror going to play another very important role? Are we going to play as Chunky Boy Alexander again? It is. It's back. The Myriad of Magic. Twinkling in all of its glory. If I ever become a big streamer, I'm going to play through all these games again too, by the way. Just letting you guys know. It is Cosima! We saw her in the last game.
Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here.
Cosima! Wait! Mother! Mother, come quick!
Oh, that's a weird shot.
Alexander, what on earth? You're
Oh, hello,
like a
Flaming Bee.
ghost.
Mother, I saw Cosima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror? The magic mirror?
Yes! And it showed me how to find her.
How?
I appreciate that you
stars.
guys know each other.
I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really
He's
go,
got a point,
It'll
actually.
be all right, Mother. I promise.
3 long months, Prince Alexander. Okay, so he sailed. I missed all of that because I was looking at chat. Sailed the known seas and beyond. Okay, good. Thank God for my delayed stream. This is like an early Wind Waker. That's the one thing I can relate it to. Wow. Ah, goodness. I very much love, I think that right now actually 5 is my favorite game. This game has some living up to do. Gonna be completely honest with you. Cause, I'm not sure if anything can beat 5 in my opinion. Of Cedric? Of course I wasn't a fan of Cedric. Cedric sucks! Cedric is terrible. He's a horrible person. Oh No, Graham! Help me! No! You've never done anything! I go into dangerous areas and then you freaking leave me alone! Post Cedric again and you get banned. I'm kidding. Oh, they made Alexander less chunky! No! What did they do to the chunky boy? Dang it! He was so wide for no reason. Up. And there is no dialogue here, so I will be talking over absolutely all of it. I apologize if my gain is too low.
Land ho! Land ho!
Yeah, let's turn that up a bit. There we go. Oh, hey, it's the picture from the Steam. Steam uses that as the picture for, there we go. Had to do a little bit of behind the scenes. Steam uses that as a picture for the collection. Mondo sexy in this game. Never thought I'd hear the word Mondo and sexy were right next to each other. Gonna be honest with you guys, I'm too young to have grown up with these games. I'm far too young to have grown up with these games. I'm 19. There we go. Had to adjust the mic. Alright, here we go. And we are operating. As the ship nears the shore, day turns to night and the sea turns violent. Again, adjusting the mic stand. I think it's good. Also, Graham was chunky in the last game too. Graham was hot, like for a guy his age. Looked fantastic. I'm absolutely not homosexual or gay. Whichever you prefer, whichever term you prefer, but damn, he was hot. Yeah, I know. I know I wasn't alive during 9/11. Yeah, I know, right? The fruit of wonders, the magic, the fruit of good life and good living. Goodness. Oh yeah, B, just to let you know, I normally start streaming at 6. So this is very much so a late stream. And I'm not skipping credits because if I were to skip credits, then I wouldn't be given proper credit. Hey. Oh, thank you for following. Normally takes people an entire stream to commit. Thank you, B. Thank you, actually, let's say your full name because you followed The Flaming Bee, because apparently there's only one of you.
Alexander awakens to find himself on an unfamiliar beach. For a moment, he is too dazed to remember how he got here.
More voice acting!
He does remember. The shipwreck. The sea. Just as he had seen his men safely into the lifeboats, a gigantic wave picked him up and tossed him overboard into the churning sea. That was the last he'd seen of his crew. Debris from the shipwreck is scattered along the shore, but of the lifeboats and his men, there is thankfully no trace. He can only hope and pray that the lifeboats survived the currents, and that his men made their way safely back to Daventry.
Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I absolutely love Sierra voice acting. It's so good. It's so quality. Especially because most of it is, oh, there's a thing there. Is that a thing? Especially because most of it is voice acted.
Alexander's royal insignia ring lies abandoned on the sand.
Yes, this is my first time going through the
Slipped
series.
from his finger during the shipwreck. Fortunately, it was not lost in the sea.
It sounds so much like the text bubbles that were given in the old games.
Alexander picks up his
But just
royal
read for
insignia
you.
ring from the beach.
Alright, so we have a signet ring. Can I use that?
Alexander is already wearing his ring.
Okay, so he's already put it on. It assumes that you already put it on. Cool. Well, I have a minor guide to help this go expeditiously. It gets heavier towards the end, as always. And yeah. Now let's see if we can salvage anything here. Because apparently this is supposed to be a box.
Alexander pushes
There's a
the
box.
plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand.
Yes, this is my first time through. Oh yeah, I see the spike now. Ooh. We are going to open this. I'm going to do the same thing. It's a light guide. It doesn't tell me exactly what to do, but it gives me a good
Alexander
idea.
takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
Sweet. So now I have a gold coin. And I guess now let's walk north. Yeah. So I'm using the guide because, again, I'm streaming this, so I want it to go as expeditiously as possible, and I play these games for the story, really. Alright, so there's a big castle over there. But that probably means we're not supposed to go there yet, knowing these games. Oh! Never mind. According to... Oh, what are you talking about? King's Quest V was a masterwork. Again, I just really love Chunky Graham. It's very funny to see an old guy be so fit. Wolfman. We've run into Wolfman. And a key outhouse without a door? Alright, let's speak with Wolfman.
Alexander politely addresses the odd-looking guards at the castle doors, hoping to learn more about his predicament.
Good day to you, guards. I was cast upon this island in a storm, and I'm a little confused about my location. Could you tell me what place this is and who lives in this castle?
Hey, what is that you say? A castaway? A likely story. We haven't had any foreigners in this part since Alhazred arrived.
Oh, wow.
Don't be so rude, Gruff. He's not asking for any secrets. You're standing on the Isle of the Crown, lad. And this
Why'd the
is
music just get louder?
Castle of the Crown. The royal family resides here. Rather, what's left of the royal family.
The Isle of the Crown. But tell me, am I anywhere near the land of the Green Isles?
This is the land of the Green Isles. The Isle of the Crown is the main island, foolish boy.
Okay, Dogman,
Princess
thanks.
Cassima must live in this very castle.
Aye, the princess is indeed our treasure jewel to God, and we consider it an honor.
Alright, how do you not use portraits? Not that I want to turn them off, but... let's show them my ring.
Alexander decides to show his royal insignia ring to the Castle of the Crown guards. With
'Cause
all of his
I gotta-
papers
they gotta know
lost
that
in
I'm
the
royalty.
shipwreck, it is the only possible calling card he can think of.
Good day. I'm Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm an acquaintance of Princess Cassima. If you could just...
This sounds like a
inform her that
JoJo's
I'm
plot.
here, please.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring.
What does it say, Gruff?
Kingdom
I
of
see.
Daventry, Prince Alexander. Wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
Alright. Now I wait. Just like what Alexander always does. Oh, never mind, he's back a lot sooner.
The guard returns a moment later with a majestic-looking creature.
Ooh.
Captain Saladin speaks with a voice that is gentle, but reflects a will of iron.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid
He's
I'm
a foxman!
in your country, but I'm sure Wazir Alhazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess. Please, follow me.
Okay, yeah. Do I have control over this? No, I don't. Okay. I can't
Lord
alt
Alhazred,
tab.
a visitor to see you. Prince Alexander of Daventry.
What is it that you seek, Prince Alexander?
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but I came to see Princess Cassima. Some months ago, my father, King Graham, saved my family and I from imprisonment under an evil wizard named Mordak.
The same wizard?
Oh, he's
that
got his sword
kidnapped
half drawn.
the princess?
Exactly. When my father rescued us, he also liberated Cassima and sent her home.
Then your father has my gratitude, and that of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid I still fail to see the purpose of your visit.
Well, I came to make sure that Cassima arrived safely and to pay my respects. Before we parted, she gave me an invitation to visit.
I have no doubt she did exactly that at the time, Prince Alexander. However, things have greatly changed for Cassima since her ordeal in Mordak's castle.
Does she need to be saved?
Cassima's parents both became ill and died while she was gone.
Is she
Cassima
the
is
queen?
sequestered in mourning for them as befits a princess. She is not receiving visitors of any kind. Even if she were, I do not think your visit would be appropriate. You see, it is time for Cassima to take her responsibilities seriously. With her parents gone, she no longer has the luxury to be a carefree maiden. As was her parents' wish, Cassima and I are to be wed. We shall rule the kingdom together. I assure you,
Oh, no.
our marriage is all Cassima wants now. As a prince and a gentleman, it would be best that you leave before there is any further embarrassment.
Someone's trying to steal the
I
babe.
see.
Can't let that happen.
I suppose that I was mistaken. I thought for certain that Cassima... Well, I apologize.
A young man sees what he wishes to see. I'm sorry you've wasted your time traveling to the land of the Green Isles. May your journey home be swift.
Yikes.
Perhaps I will take the opportunity to look around your fair land while I'm here.
I would advise against that. The kingdom is rather, shall we say, inhospitable these days.
Sure.
But it is your neck. You may risk it if you please. Captain Saladin will escort you from the castle. Good day.
The dude with the gold eyes looks sketchy. No. I'm streaming. Sorry.
You have had your hearing with Wizir
Okay.
Alhazred. I trust you will respect his wishes and not return. I have been instructed not to let you into the castle again. Good day, my lord.
Yikes.
Captain Saladin whispers something to the guard dogs at the castle gate, and they nod with understanding.
Want to say something for the people, Daisy? Want to say something to the people?
Alexander has a feeling they won't be letting him into the castle again.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my dog Daisy. Ah, yikes. Okay. Let us quickly see what to do. So we've been kicked out and told to never return. Let's go to the town. Let's see what's popping over there. So that is a very long way to walk. No, she didn't. I was holding it the entire time. Here we are. Oh, there's a pawn shop. Here, let's look at the signs.
The sign above the door says Ali's Books.
Oh, so it's like an Arab
The
place.
sign says Pawn Shop.
Okay, let's walk into.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new.
Old lamps for new. Okay, so that, knowing this game, that's probably going to be a genie lamp. Why do you say you should time yourself out for that?
Old lamps for new.
I presume he means that we're gonna wind up getting an old genie lamp.
Day.
Hello, sir. I need to give you a gold coin. First, let us speak, though.
Good day, merchant. What can you tell
Old
me
man's
about
for
the land of the
new.
Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business.
Oh, wow.
Why
So this
the
guy's
long
business is
ages
based
of
on-
peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond me. But then, I am a shopkeeper, not a politician, and can only hope for better days.
Oh, wow. Man, kind of speaks of our,
If Alexander wants to exchange one of his possessions for an item in the pawn shop, he'll have to arrange it with the pawn shop owner first by showing him the object for trade.
Yeah,
I have this copper coin. Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before,
Ooh.
but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The
Oh.
items on the front counter are the only things
Welcome
in
back,
the
Dan.
store that I can let go
And
for
welcome,
the price of 1 copper. You may
Wheel
make your
Dragon.
choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
Alright, we were supposed to pick the Nightingale.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale.
Hey.
She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine, barely distinguishable from the real thing.
Cool. First,
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
he has such a smooth voice.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember,
Oh, wow.
this
Okay,
is
thanks
a
for
trade.
rating, Lynch.
I am always willing to
Goodness.
take back my own goods in trade.
Oh, that's nice to
I'll
know.
remember. Thank you.
As long as they're intact, probably. Let's look at the jar.
An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop. The dish is full of green mints offered for the enjoyment of the customer.
Alright, let's take a mint.
Alexander takes a mint.
And, I guess let's walk out. Oh, wait, no, that's this one. There we go. I have to use the door. Perfect. And now let's use this door. Let's go check out every shop here.
Hello. I will be right up.
Alright, thank you, sir. Oh, there's a weird wizard dude.
Now, what can I do for you?
Real quick, let's save, because I haven't yet. And, say late save and late stream. There we go. And we will save that. Let's look at some shelves.
These shelves hold a collection of oddly titled guidebooks.
Thank you.
Alexander notices
Thank you,
such
Green.
books as How to Become King with Little or No Rupees Down, Finding the Right Girl with the Right Dowry, and Why Good Princesses Like Bad Wizards.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's great. Can I just look at this
An old
man?
man occasionally steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under a concealing hood.
Okay, cool. Let's look over here.
A
Ooh,
collection of children's
Ooh.
books fill those shelves.
they have a twinkle.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. The sign has undergone a number of changes. It once read 10 pence, but that was crossed out and replaced with 5 pence.
Oh.
Then 1 pence, then free.
Huh.
The sign currently reads, "Take one, please."
Take one,
Only one book
please.
remains on the table. It looks like the bookshop owner really wants to get rid of that book.
Oh, so these are like discount items.
Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Alright.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good
It's
sir.
gonna be a freaking black magic tome.
Thanks.
What is this? I'm gonna take a gander at this.
Alexander is carrying a book from the bargain table in the bookshop.
Oh, I wanted to look closer at it.
Alexander opens the bargain book and reads a paragraph at random.
Okay.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
That
Phew. What
sounds...
an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
I'm gonna say it right now, that sounds incredibly familiar to, Oh, there's the wizard's eye again. That sounds incredibly familiar to the spells that we cast in 2. Let's go over and talk to the Shorekeep. I know that the wizard will probably never talk to us.
Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
Oh?
That is quite a question, young man. Who are you? And what would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown,
Yeah.
because the royal family's castle is here.
Oh.
Besides the castle, we also have this village, and the docks over to the west.
Okay, so there are actual docks in the
There are at
west.
least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain, the Isle of the Beast, and the Isle of Wonder.
Oh, yay.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a 4th island, an isle shrouded in mists.
Oh.
I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
Explains why you got a black magic wizard sitting
Quite a
here.
claim.
Claim, yes, but probably just local superstition. We who live here on the Isle of the Crown, at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking
Foreshadowing.
such knowledge would travel
Yes,
to their
indeed.
shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally. Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest, and it has been too
Ugh, I feel like I'm playing
dangerous to
D&D.
travel for years. Perhaps the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days. And if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Thank you kindly, merchant, for all your good advice.
Yeah, D&D is great if your DM is good.
Advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
Our DM is fantastic to the point of making political unease in our world and us having to be a part of it. I don't like dealing with politics ever. Here's something that I just noticed. 5th edition, but he's thrown in this huge cocktail of homebrew, and he's a fantastic and like strong DM. It's just the fact that like an entire arc of the campaign we were just dealing with politics. And it's so irritating to deal with politics in real life that dealing with it in the game was like, Oh yeah, but at least there's a direct way to get through it. It's not a constantly changing world where the story is not written and is yet being wrote. I think that's the word. Real quick, I'd like to say this. This is from an artist's view. This is a completely different topic, but I love how the camera into this area is a bookshelf.
An antique leather-bound book is displayed on a little stand on the counter. On the elaborate cover is the title, Ye Useful Book of Magic Spells.
Did you just say ye useful book of magic spells? Like ye useful? Alright, let's try to grab it.
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had.
Yeah, all these are hand drawn. I've researched this.
In the end, or so I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself, but then I lead a boring life.
No.
I tell you what, if you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spelled book for it.
Ooh. Okay, so now we know that. And also now we know that that is a very cool looking spell book. There's supposed to be a love poem somewhere.
A stone fireplace gives the
Not the
bookshelf
fireplace.
a quaint, cozy
Dang it.
air.
Okay,
There's a book entitled The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages on the small table in the reading area. It appears that some regular customer likes that book.
Oh. Thank God.
Alexander is standing in a cozy little shop. Books of every size and shape line the walls.
That's in response to David, by the way.
A fireplace completes the tranquil scene.
What do you mean, a wheel dragon? I just want to look around this area. Of course, this wizard might kill me.
These shelves hold a selection of cookbooks.
Oh. Okay. Oh, they're probably wizard
Collection of
spells.
children's books fill those shelves.
Children's books? Perhaps it's over this far.
Volumes of poetry are on display on the
Poetry!
bookshelf.
Yay.
Volumes of
Okay. Let's just grab a random book.
Thinking of Cosima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry.
Aw.
He reads, Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast. Not bad. And another.
Oh, I get it.
Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there. Yikes. And another. What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me, and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name that brings my mind e'er back the same to thee? The name of love cannot apply. Its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that e'er my soul eternal makes for you.
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf.
Man, yeah, that was good poetry. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked.
Cool.
It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
Yay.
I see that old volume has lost another page. You may keep it if you like, sir. I have glued the stubborn thing back in place 2 times already.
I do rather like it. Thank you, merchant.
All right. Boom. Really? Sorry, I accidentally paused. I was looking at chat. Now we have to go north. Dun, 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 dun. There's a fair maiden. But you're not interested in fair maidens.
You lazy thing!
Oh.
Get back to work and stay away from those roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times, those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you! You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And...
Yes, stepmother.
Yikes. We're probably going to help her later. There's a boy.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
You are Siren. You will kill me. I can bet you money. Let's go into the boat.
Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you.
No. Use door?
What are you waiting for? I said I'd show you how to get to the next island, didn't I?
I said silence, Welch.
That's strange. The young boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
Well, perhaps.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, he looks so cool.
Alexander promises himself that he will not go home until he has determined what Alexander...
I wish to...
Excuse
There we
me. My
Perfect.
name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie sent you? I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
He looks so cool.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
Well, I guess it'd be all right if Allie sent you. Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
He's such a normal
I'm a
pirate.
visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said
But he's not a
outside.
pirate, he's a
What is it you
ferryman.
want to know?
He's got such a huge earring.
For one thing, why has
so
the
cool.
island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
No.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all. But
More
it's been
framing
long enough.
fantastic that I just noticed.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
Oops, sorry, I hit the mic.
But there must be some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map.
Ooh,
The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
cool. Let's see if he says something else.
Tell me more about the ferry.
I remember when I used to ferry Queen Ilaria and Princess Cassima themselves. There was no thought of danger back then. They used to go visiting to care for the needy and to keep up the friendly relations between the islands.
Why did the music get louder?
I remember their last trip.
things had started getting nasty by then, and when they came back aboard, I gathered that the Queen and the Princess had been received a bit coldly. Princess Cassima was such a pretty thing, and she was terribly upset. But who could be spreading these lies, she asked the Queen, but the Queen had no answer.
Turn down the volume for the sake of my ears. And yo-ho. Yes, I would like to continue his speech. Right, proceed. Let's talk to him to make sure that he says something about the rabbit's foot.
The ferry no longer operates.
Me? I'm out of a job. The job my
He's
ancestors
on
have
unemployment.
held for generations. I'm the only one trained to avoid the reef and the rocks. But that knowledge does me no good now.
Oh.
Is there no other boat on the island? One that might be more seaworthy?
Boats don't last long on these shoals, as you may have found out if you got here by ship. You can be quite sure that this old ferry is, or was, the only craft.
Thank you
on
for
the
following the Godbog. I love that. I'm actually gonna change
I
that.
see you have a rabbit's foot.
I'm gonna change that to say thank
it
you
brought
for
you much luck?
subscribing to the War Bond.
As you can see,
Or
my
following the
luck's
War
been
Bond.
out for some time now, despite that old charm. Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps
Why'd you
even
just
the
say
dark
okay?
Way will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you.
Sweet. Now I have a rabbit's foot. Let's use the door.
Well,
Farewell, sir.
I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
Oh, here's a great thing. I'm gonna save right now. But real quick announcement: I have 20 followers now. This is King's Quest 6, right? 6. We're playing 6. Yeah. I have 20 followers. So, real quick, I guess let's do shoutouts now then. Thank you to the 7 people watching me right now, the 323 views that I've gotten in the past. The now 21 people following. Holy crap. And also shout out to DJ Luigi. Go check him out. He's my brother. That was Wheel Dragon. Thank you for following, Wheel Dragon. Baby. Yeah, and shout out to DJ Luigi. That's twitch.tv/DJ Luigi. Also the Boats and Goats podcast. That's what he does. And yeah, go check it out. Now, I'm going to go back to a pawn shop and talk to that man about a magic map. Whew. Also, Green, don't beat yourself up too much, because the magic map kind of got... that was kind of obvious in the storyline. Also, thinking of which... Alexander's the only person who's ever cast magic, besides Graham, actually, but ever, like, actually done magics in the Graham family.
Good day.
Mission failed. Let's just speak with him. Why is there a wizard here again?
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic map of the land of the Green Isles.
Why, as a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it.
Hey.
It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate of a wealthy wizard fell into my hands when he died. It was useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out.
Yeah! But there's a wizard watching.
The magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble, and had enchanted the map to aid in traveling.
Because he has a beard and he's wearing a black robe, but he keeps giving me a weird glance.
To be on an island depicted on the map, to find oneself there. It is a very valuable map, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current state of the kingdom.
Ugh.
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return, but since I am hardly overrun with prospective buyers, I would be willing to take anything of equal value in exchange.
Okay. Let's see if we have anything of equal value on us. I know we're not going to give him the signet ring, because that's like that's basically our ID card. Oh! Apparently we do.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Yikes.
Daventry, are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Well, Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still, it is only gold. There are more important things at stake now.
He's got a point.
Then you now own a magic map, Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. Ah, and a warning about the map. It will
Yeah, no,
only
right, just
operate when
Alexander.
you are out in the open and within sight of the sea.
Oh.
The limitation has something to do with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
Thank you. You are very kind. And I'll remember about the map.
Alexander, like, I'm very much aware. Ah.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar. The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
That's all that he does? Seconds later in the castle.
Master! I followed Prince Alexander as you wished from the pawn shop owner. He just abstained, just reprieved. He just got a magic map.
He's just choking a mint.
Fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, Master. Now, what is this about a magic map? With the map, Prince Alexander could travel anywhere as quickly as I can.
Why does he sound drunk?
I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up now. Get a hold of yourself and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the other islands and tell them...
Alright, cool. Let's use the door. Boom! We just got a magic map. Now let's activate basically a QuickTime event. Oh, the lamp salesman is gone. That's very noisy. Up. And the pawn shop owner has dumped some junk. Why am I walking back south on command? I did not walk back south. Okay, there we go. Sweet!
Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers,
Ooh.
a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb. Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Well, Legend of Zelda taught me that. Let's get going and use a magic map again. Let's get out of here. Skedaddle skedoodle. Why do you say mission failed, the Godbug? I just noticed that. Did you want it to be a nice round number of followers? Okie dokie. We are in view of the whatever?
There's no reason to use... Alexander reads the love poem.
Oh, that's the love poem.
This thing has kept the name of love.
Sorry, gonna skip through that, because that's the wrong thing. This is a map. That's a proper map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Here we go. Yeah, Isle of the Beast. Isle of the Wanderer. Ooh. The Isle of the Crown. The Isle of the Mountain. We want to go here. Let's, Is there a certain space that we're supposed to go to it? Nope.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Yeah, baby. Oh. Well, let's pick up this feather.
Alexander takes the feather.
And this thing over here.
Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor. For a moment,
yes, I am using a guide. Ooh, pungent flower. Okay, let's save, because if I read this, it might kill me. I don't know, but I'm going to read it. So from 21 followers, baby, we're going to go to... bringing them back, baby. We got one-word saves again. One-word, all-caps saves.
There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Okay. Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates.
The rock has been etched by some unknown hand. One may need to read about the Logic Cliffs in the guidebook to the Land of the Green Isles in order to understand this mystical inscription.
Alright, the guy doesn't cover that yet, so we're going to move on until we can get to the Land of the Green Isles. So let's use the map.
Alexander pulls out his...
Yep, pull out the magic map. He's got a cool-looking scarf on, too. We are now supposed to go to the Isle of the Wanderer.
Alexander feels a strange
pulling sensation in his chest. Here we go. Whoop. Okay. Sweet. There's a bunch of clams. One of them looks like it's sleeping. Oh, all the clams are on beds. Oh, yeah, the guy that Alexander completely, totally owns, even though he just washed up here. Alright, let's talk to the one oyster that's got his eyes open, then.
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh, I'm so weary, but I can't sleep. I have a terrible ache in my mouth.
Okay. Let's read you the boring book.
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great.
Yeah, it's a bed of oysters, yeah.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal...
Is this a random paragraph too?
A third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
Oh.
Yields a gilded minnow of precise measurements, 2,069 centidrills by 3,023 and 6/7
Not much, David.
Not punts. as
Welcome,
might
by
be
the way.
expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense
Just
whatsoever,
playing some King's Quest 6.
that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so
Alexander.
Crap.
indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the
Man, this book is boring.
in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
Alexander makes a grab for the pearl.
Yeah.
You fixed my mouth. It feels great.
Oh wow, is David just known?
Ah, the little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster friends.
Yay. Now what am I supposed to do? All right.
Alexander wades into the sea to get the strange object in the water. The ocean currents tug at Alexander's legs. That object is just a bit out of reach.
Can we wait for them to drift closer? Save. Got it. Save. How do you spell oyster? O-Y-S-T-E-R? Save. All right. Let's just try and grab it.
Alexander doesn't want to taste the salty seawater. Alexander wades deeper into the underwater tow. Before Alexander can retreat, the currents
Dang it.
grab his legs. The shifting sand.
No! Restore. Restore.
Alexander wade the underwater tow. Before
All right, so yeah, I have to wait for it to get closer. Okay. Restore. Restore. Let's walk back on shore and see if that thing comes closer. Yeah, oyster spelled with the Y. I looked it up. Will it come closer? Aw, he's sleepy. Yes! Yes!
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water.
Okay, yeah, I'll walk into the
Appears to be a
water.
string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
All right. Let's get trucking then. Ah, I just remembered how
Alexander
hungry I am.
hears someone coming.
Oh, okay. It's a gnome.
5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man, said he, with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If man it be, then man it dies.
Okay.
Old Tantro, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
So these guys are trying to kill me.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Jumbo nose.
Tantro I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more.
All right.
Listen, hark you, broken oar. Do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
I hate this. Rabbit's foot.
Alexander holds the item out for the gnome with the immense ears.
My ears can hear nothing so clear as the sound of a man standing here.
What?
A man, so say our ears. We shall send him to his beer.
Dang it. I have apparently failed. It's what it's said to do. I read it wrong, okay? I was being hasty.
Alexander too far out into the sea for him to get his footing. The currents drag him under.
Don't talk to me, wheel. Excuse me, dragon. Man, I'm dead. Oh, dude! Oh.
Next. Guess those gnomes couldn't reach a consensus.
Restore on oyster. Alright, let's walk back onto the shore. Poisonous gnome! Ugh. I hated whatever his name was. I won't even remember it because screw him. I keep hitting the mic stand, I'm sorry. Come on, watch out! I'll just wait here.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you?"
The puns are good. The puns are good.
Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
What are you talking about? That's a full sentence. Okay, let's equip the right item.
Alexander hears someone coming.
"5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man," said he, "with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If mad it be, then mad it dies."
Alright.
"Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well."
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Okay, there we go. Gnome with the jumbo nose.
"Tom Troll I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more."
Okay.
"Listen, hark you, Grovenor, do your duty as you swore.
Oh, he's wearing nose clamps. I thought that was a nose cigar. Nightingale.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
He's dancing. He likes it.
"A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me."
Okay. Sweet.
"Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe."
What is this, a mint?
The small green mint looks very tasty.
A cement. Where are you going?
Alexander holds the mint out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Sweet.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet.
Cool.
"Trilly dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?"
Oh man, he's got some huge gloves. Alright, I've lost the mint thanks to that.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What?
Didn't he just put his gloves back on?
A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Okay. So this guy's got huge eyes, which, and from my own experience, it's not good.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
Sweet. Boom! Ha ha!
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Oh, that's so clever. 4 morons do I sleep with nightly.
Alexander did it. He's fooled the guards.
I still want to say, let's save that as gnome. You spell gnome with a G for some reason. Saved out as a back. Alright, my favorite insult now is suck methane. Because it's from Space Quest 1. Alright, let's see what to do. Yep. Walk east. East! Bees! What do we do with bees? I don't want to interact with bees. Let's grab a book, though.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Hello, kind sir.
I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, Bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
This is fine.
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
What is there, Book Mouse?
Don't mind oxymoron and diphthong.
Oxymoron.
They're limited grammatical principles, you know.
Oh, that's funny.
Let's see.
Adjusting the mic again.
A marsh pig that does Texas.
No.
Okay.
I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle.
Hmm?
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker.
I know what a dangling participle
I don't
is.
think so.
It's a
Sorry.
participle phrase where the participle's at the end.
Idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Right not.
Only 2 of those were thing.
Then what good are you?
Ugh. Okay. No, I don't. I've never run into a purple fiddle whacker.
Alexander investigates the intricate spider's web in the corner.
Yeah.
The spider who lives there is not amused. Alexander feels the tiny pinprick of the spider's bite and the slow burning of her poison.
Oh. And I'm dead. There's some good death music.
Tickets up. Next.
Why do you think they call her a widow?
Ah! Ah! A poisonous spider come! I'm just gonna start doing that anytime that anyone, I think that I still have to, But I'm going to skip through all this really quick. Sorry. Because I think I still need to talk to him. Alright, there we go. Now let's look closely at the spider's web.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Please never talk about me like that ever again.
Thank you, I guess.
Don't thank her.
Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean?
No.
You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband.
Ah.
It would be quite a horror, I mean, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Alexander is so nice. I wonder if he still has that dough in his ears.
I mean, the loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
Yikes, woman. Leave him alone.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it.
Sweet. Love. Just to make sure that we don't have to run away from the spider, I'm going to pause really fast. Okay.
The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
Love. Let's walk away. Spider doesn't seem to have noticed. Walk east. And then... walk north. Sorry, not east. Walk west. Sweet goodness. What are we supposed to grab from here? There is apparently some iceberg lettuce. Let's look about first, then.
A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming. The fallen log has a good-sized knot or bump.
Perhaps we are not supposed to be here? Let's walk west again. Let's speak with some lettuce.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Oh.
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
Back south? Back south? This game has so many good quotes. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, the only way to go is north. Yep, okay. I'm supposed to grab some iceberg lettuce. I don't see lettuce. Alright, I think that there might be lettuce on this screen. Yeah, I thought so. Next screen. Okay, is it this stuff? Is it this stuff here? Here we get milk. Okay, cool.
Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
There we go.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Iceberg. Let's walk through the doors. Chessland! There are 2 knights guarding the doors. Very clever.
Checkmate.
That's not how they move.
Chess pieces allowed in chessboard land? That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send a lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress
I will be
you,
finishing
King and
green.
Queen of the realm, as much as
That's
you
how we play
do.
these games.
As Queen of this
Farewell.
island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't Queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides,
Aw, that's
there's
a shame,
nothing
David.
wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too.
It's a very
That
weird
doesn't
thing to
count.
gift.
The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Oh, that's funny.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind. I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem.
Hey.
One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence.
Hey!
The lump of coal goes much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
You know, those are checkers laws. Let's grab the scarf.
Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
Why'd you say he in what are those called? Asterisks. Alright, yep. Let's use our magic map. Careful to not step on anything. Oh, that looks like... Oh, no, that looks like a joyous man to talk to. One moment, we're gonna go talk to this joyous man. Speak with me, kind tomato.
Alexander says to no one in particular.
What a pleasant garden this is.
The inhabitants smile shyly, but do not reply.
Huh? Speak to me, kind tomato.
How did you manage to fall off the vine, Mr. Tomato?
What do you think? I'm old. I'm rotten. Yeah, leave me alone.
If you say so.
After all, you're just gonna let me sit here and rot on this dry ground like everybody else, aren't you?
Why, I don't know. I suppose...
Ah, never mind. Just go away. Ah.
Well, let's talk to this tomato child.
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
Cool. Well, I understand where a lot of children's games get inspiration. Let's get boogieing. Alright, we have to go back and use our magic map. And now we must go to the Isle of the Beast.
There's no reason to use... There's no reason... Alexander pulls out
There
his
we go.
magic map.
Perfect. Also, I'm going to say I appreciate how this game is not as snarky as Space Quest.
Alexander feels a strange
Pulling sensation. Boom! Oh, there's a monkey man. Alright, I'm going to save. As, Beast. Alright, and then I'm going to pause. I'm going to go use the restroom, and then I'm going to grab something to drink, and then I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. That is an order. I have returned, and I have a full flagon of water. You did miss the tomato. Boom. Let's see what we have to grab here.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
I'm not odd-looking, you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
I'm pretty sure all those are dangling participles. Let's try this.
Alexander doesn't want to do anything to alter the tree.
Then I'll give it to the thing.
Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you, I do. Go I with you?
We have a monkey dinosaur.
Well,
that's very Space Quest 4 of him.
Interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger.
Cool. Cool. Let's keep shimmying. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, yeah, let's walk up here. This is ice-cold iceberg lettuce, baby.
Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable.
All right. Let's go try to grab that lamp.
Alexander decides to brave the steaming pond.
Yeah, baby. Sweet.
Ow! Ooh, 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 ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
Huh.
Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree.
Let us save the game. As lamp. Excellent. Yes.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
I don't want to see what you're doing with anything, man. Let's grab this brick.
There's nothing to do there.
Brick.
Alexander picks up the brick.
Yeah, that stone thing is moving with me. I'm not gonna even go and try to see that gazebo.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
No, you got sneaky little eyes. Yeah, I know who you are.
Odd. The gardener just disappeared.
Screw you, man. Alright, let's get running. It's one of the funniest animations in all video games. Magic map. We now have a dangling participle. So let's go back to the Island of Wonder.
Feels a strange pulling sensation.
Do you have anything interesting yet?
A regular abnormality?
Let me see what I have.
Oh, I see. That's oxymoron.
I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
Ah.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Glad I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
I hate this.
So, you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll have to give you
Should probably zip that
something.
up if it's dangling.
Oh, let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes, sir.
Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now.
Ah, sun bleached. Oh, no, it's...
This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
Thanks.
It's a rare book. Meaning uncooked.
Alexander opens the rare book and looks inside. The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing.
That's a dumb joke.
What was the riddle, he wonders. More importantly, what was the answer?
Well, I mean, we know the answer. It's love. Yeah. Let's walk away. Magic map.
There's no reason to use that. Alexander see. There's no reason to. There's no reason. There's no reason.
Okay, I have to walk. No, gosh dang it.
The ocean is not as calm as it appears. Underwater.
Walk away.
Alexander
There we go.
pulls out his magic map.
This game is straight goofy. Island of the
Alexander
Crown!
feels a strange pulling sensation.
Sweet. Oh, birds. We'll save this as crown. All right. Yep. Use pawn shop. Excuse me, pawn shoppy.
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
Trip him. Dang it. Alexander, you dastardly fool. Let us offer the pearl to this man.
If Alexander...
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
Ah, yes.
I've never seen such a perfect pearl.
To whistle with one's
Certainly
mouth
you can
open.
have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
Hey, we just rented something. Now we got to get rid of this nightingale. It's not useful
Would
for
you
us anymore.
mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
Sweet. We need the flute.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
You know, I like pawn shops like this. This is a nice pawn shop. Most pawn shops are run by sleazy dudes. Hello, I'm Alex Trudeau, and this is my pawn shop. I forget who actually runs pawn shop. That's the reason that's the joke.
I will be right up.
Oh, that's the regular customer.
Now, what can I do for you?
All right, I would like to give this man the rare book.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. It is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days.
Mm-hmm.
I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic.
Yeah.
Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spellcasting truly is.
Yeah, it's been a while. All right, magic paint spell. Ooh. Oh no! There's incantations again. Just a moment. I need to get a notebook and a pen. Here's a notebook. No, this is a pencil, but it's fine. Alright, I need to just mark down the incantation, lest I need to actually type that. Good! Never mind then, I'm not going to write down the incantation. However, I might eventually draw what Alexander should look like. And by that I mean what he looked like in King's Quest IV. Because damn was he chunky. Alright, so 1 cup of swamp ooze, river Styx water, and 1 black horse feather. I think I have the black horse feather, but I don't have swamp ooze. Make rain spell. Few drops of salt water, not from the sea. 1 vial of sacred water, falling water. Okay. Skull of a hot oak embers. A bit of... Oh, sulfur. Brimstone. Okay. Strand of preheated maiden's hair. Oh, pure-hearted maiden's hair.
This is the last page.
Charming creature of the night spell. Interesting.
This is the first page.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I know that he can just read it, but I remember in the old game, you had to do things. You had to type in the incantation, and it sucked. I still thoroughly hate that game. Do. Never mind, we're supposed to go back in there, because apparently we're supposed to talk to that clown.
Good day again.
Good day again. Yes. Yes.
Why would Alexander want to offer the strange man his insignia ring?
Oh wait, speak with him first.
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
Oh wow, okay.
There's no reason. Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander shows the man his insignia ring and formally introduces himself.
I'm sorry to insist, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and...
I appreciate the offer of the ring, Alexander, but I'm afraid I'm already spoken. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Cosima told me about you when she arrived home.
No.
How came you here?
Why, by a ship, now wrecked upon the sand. But you know Cosima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I
Love-struck
saw her
young lad.
briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me. The Prince
Fucking learn how
Alexander
to read.
of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few
Sorry,
weeks
keep it in
too
the mic
late.
stand.
The king and queen thought they'd never see her again. It is said they died of heartbreak. I'm
Aw.
afraid she's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
She was killed by a wizard.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
Ah.
I see.
Ah.
You have to say who you are and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me. My name is Jallo. I am clown to the royal court, and have been since the marriage of Cosima's parents, King Caliphon and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Cosima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Cosima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown. But it is more to keep my ear to the ground than out of loyalty.
This clown.
I wish I knew what the princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Cosima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion.
What can you tell me about the Wazir?
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Caliphim had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
Oh.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Cosima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Huh.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage. That's his way.
Perhaps
Disgusting.
He has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And Cosima must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Cosima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for him. Now I must return
sorry.
to the castle. Look, I don't want to arouse suspicion. I'll try to meet you here again later.
Thank you for the information, Jallo. Be very careful.
Sweet. Use the door. Wait for Jallo to leave. Walk to the south. Wait again for Jallo to leave. Walk to the south. Magic map.
Alexander pulled.
Isle of Wonder.
Alexander feels a.
Let's go! And here we are. Now we have to walk up north. Alright, now we need some swamp ooze. So let's look around here for something to hold it.
Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit.
That's funny. Let's grab a milk bottle.
Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush.
Cool. It's a dog
The
tree.
dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
Alright. What? No! No! It just crashed. King's Quest 6. Please. Please don't be another Space Quest 6 situation. All rights reserved. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Sierra presents... Here today, gone tomorrow. Restore. Restore. Alright, so we're gonna speed run this part. Oh crap, did I? Yeah, I didn't even save that. Okay.
Your candy dish is empty. Well,
Pearl.
I found this Oh, I'm...
Of.
Would you mind?
Of course. Alexander looks.
I'll take the
flute.
Thank you.
Okay.
hello. Now, what can I do for...
I found this.
There we go.
Good day, sir.
I'm sorry.
Determined to learn.
Yeah.
Just gotta skip through this really quick.
About what? And do you
The animation that actually happens to the characters is also very fun. You got the genie pants. He's a jester.
The magic map. Alexander feels.
And off we go. Take one of the milk bottles.
Alexander takes a...
Haha, funny dogwood.
Tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
Okay, we're good.
There appears to be a hole in the garden wall.
That's weird. Oh, you get to see chessland.
Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard. Wow, it really is a hole in the wall. Zounds, those wallflowers sure are shy.
Ha!
Snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir.
That's funny. Alright, now apparently one of these baby things is crying. So we need to give her some milk.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk.
Oh, baby's tears, that's what they're called.
The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason.
Give me a moment. Just a second. Hold on, baby. Here we go.
Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me! Hey!
Alexander picks up rotten tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
Ha! Okay, just a moment. Okay. Flute on them.
May I have this dance?
Oh, this is tight. Whoever the composer was for this, I'm sure he's in the credits. This is incredible music.
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them.
Cool.
While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
Alright, that looks like a teacup. Let's get the teacup.
Alexander takes the teacup.
Man, that's noisy. Ah. Ah!
There's no reason to use that object there.
I need some swamp ooze.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh.
You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp sludge!
He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud.
Yeah.
Nobody asked you!
Yeah.
Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Yuck.
That's not Shut up! Shut up! You worthless bump on a log!
Oh, the cross that I must bear. Would that I could but avenge this uncalled for abuse.
All right. This makes absolute sense.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he?
Hey! What are you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you?
Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you. The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this.
No! Not into the swamp!
He has arms. That looks like swamp ooze.
Okay, I give up. Geez, sorry.
Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry.
You mean it? Really? Brother?
Brother!
Stick in the Mud and Bump on a Log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them.
That's funny. I like that.
Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Alright, now back to the Isle of the Crown. Get my magic map.
Alexander pulls out his map.
Let's take a magic crap.
Alexander feels
Yeah.
sensation.
I apologize if that just ear raped anyone. Alright, and then we have to go back to the pawn shop. Let's make this go just a little bit faster. We're not going light speed, but Alexander's finally learned how to jog, so that's what we're doing. Pawn shoppy.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
I'm taking advantage of your exchange policy again.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
Have you an interest in tinder boxes? This one is only slightly battered. It holds a good supply of flint, a sturdy striking pad, and even a candle in case you find yourself with naught else to hold the flame.
Sweet. Yeah, let's take that.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
This is what you get for doing trade-ins. Alright, then back.
Alexander sees nothing particular.
Used the wrong thing. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain. Save as Tinder. Save. Now I must use our magic map, because we are a magic man.
Alexander pulls out his map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Off we go. Now we must read the inscription.
There appears to be something.
All right.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs.
It's stairs, baby.
Alexander stares with wonder.
Ha!
That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome.
Get it? He stares with wonder.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a... Whoa, wait a minute.
Okay, I have to wait for him to just get his balance.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait a minute.
There we go. There we go. Ah!
Whoa, wait a... Whoa.
Alright, so as soon as reflection leaves his pants.
Whoa, wait a... Whoa, wait a...
Okay.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
A master of languages will... Alright, one moment. I think it's that one. That one, that one.
Nothing happens. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Just a moment.
Reading about the Ancient Ones in the guidebook to the land of the Green Isles may help a puzzled journeyer.
Thanks.
Nothing happens. Alexander
Yep, okay.
Nothing happens.
Oh, I see. I see what I thought
Alexander
I did. I got it. I got it now. I got it this time.
The stone beneath Alex...
Perfect. Got it. Ha ha! You what? Oh, dang it. Alright, let's see the pun.
Tickets up. Next.
That wasn't a very logical step.
Wow, okay. Funny, funny, ha ha ha. Let's use our magic map.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Alright. Very quickly, I'm going to put the game back to normal speed. And I'm going to get some food really quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's go.
There appears to be something... Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs. Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait.
Okay.
Whoa, wait a... Whoa, wait... Whoa, wait a...
Okay. There we go.
Whoa, wait...
Dang it. Okay.
Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa.
Crap! Frick.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strain.
Back to the Isle of the Mountain.
There appears to be... Huge blocks of stone...
Sorry for hitting the mic twice.
Alexander stares.
All right.
Whoa. Whoa, wait a...
Okay.
Whoa, wait a...
Okay.
Whoa, wait... Whoa, wait...
Cool. Okay.
Whoa, wait.
Alexander examined. The stone beneath.
Boom. We're back. Stone!
Whoa, wait.
Okay.
Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait a minute.
Sweet.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
What? What's whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, we did a lot while you were gone if you were gone.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Oh, the whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I keep forgetting because I keep skipping it. We're going to save this as Stone 2.
Whoa,
Would you like me to play the full voice clip for you?
whoa. Whoa. Whoa, wait a... Whoa, wait a... Whoa, wait a...
Wow, okay. Crap! Restore to Stone 2.
Whoa, wait... Whoa, wait...
Here we go. Frick!
Whoa, wait... Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. Whoa.
Here we go.
Whoa, wait.
Okay.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
More etchings. Sacred 4. Okay.
Nothing happens. Alexander examines. Nothing happens. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff. Nothing happens.
All right.
Alexander examined. Nothing happens. The cliffs cannot be scaled by hand. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
They getting something wrong, boys?
Nothing happens.
Real quick. Can someone pull up the manual? Because I can't. And help me out with this? Because apparently the guide is wrong. And I can't Alt-Tab, because if I Alt-Tab, it will throw me into Tiny Box window life, which sucks. What part is this? This is the, if we look at this thing,
The strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
it is the codes with the word Sacred 4 above it. It's on mountain. It's on the mountain island. The glories of streaming, where you can expedite people to help you. I'm currently using the King's Quest 6 gamer, gamerwalkthroughs.com. Let's just try this again really quick.
Nothing happens. Alexander Nothing happens. Alexander Nothing happens.
Wait, actually I have an idea. I'm going to send my phone home. And I'm going to keep that tabbed. And I'm going to type in... King's Quest 6 manual. I now have the manual open on my phone. Just a moment. Just a moment. It's loading. Compelling stuff, isn't it? Watching all this. That's another guide. Perhaps this? This game looks completely different. Never mind, it looks perfectly fine. Dog blast it, I can't find it. Perhaps if I were to say, Cliffs of Logic. Here we go. Tranquility, Azure, Caterpillar, and Air. Just a moment.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Alright, Tranquility. Azure. Ah, Azure.
Nothing happens. Alexander... The stone
There we
beneath
go.
Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Real quick, just to let you know. It feels a lot like this, yes. I keep talking and nobody explodes. I should play that with chat. I should play that with a very long timer and chat. Just to let you know, I wasn't holding a manual in my hand. I had to look up the manual on my phone, and that's the only reason I could get past that part. I apologize for not looking at chat that entire time. But it is what it is, so yeah. Now I need to find the walkthrough again. Just a moment. Here it is. Alright, let us save as Stone 3. The sequel that nobody asked for. I don't think I can fit all that, though. Oh no, I missed my chance at a simplified view. 1 second.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Pause. The rightmost is wrong. Oh, okay. That's just you, yeah. Alright, let's just get back to where we were. And here we are. Wunderbar.
Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. Whoa. Whoa, wait. Whoa.
There we go.
Whoa, wait.
I wonder who left. Anyways,
Whoa.
here we are. This is very, very nerve-wracking.
Whoa.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff. Nothing happens. Alexander... The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
There we go. Stone 4. This is getting ludicrous.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa.
There we go. Yes! Yes!
Alexander finds himself, finally, at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush.
Oh, great. Nightshade.
See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
Nah.
Come, stranger, trust me. Think of what I'm offering you.
Nah.
Young man, you offend me. I try to help you and you insist on being rude.
Nah.
All right then, stay tied to the ground like a load of lead. See if I care. You human.
How odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those berries are even more powerful than she led Alexander to believe.
Cool, yeah. Perhaps.
Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock.
Sweet.
Alexander finds himself in a dark cave. Alexander takes...
Yeah! Alright, we will save this as cave.
Alexander sees nothing to do with... Alexander crawls through the opening in the rock. The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
Sweet.
The window in the rock is too small for Alexander to fit through. Alexander's... There's no going back. Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released.
Hey.
Alexander crawls back into the first room of the cave. Alexander can't see a thing. Alexander...
Crawl, dude!
Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs.
Yeah, baby! Mint! Well, now apparently meet some rocks or some winged entities. I have to adjust the mic very quickly. One moment. There we go.
Look, an intruder.
Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the Cliffs of Logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
Oh.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years.
Huh.
Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
This is a very familiar situation. Wonder if that gate actually opens.
With what trickery did you master the Cliffs of Logic and reach the city of the Winged Ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord. I meant no harm.
The Cliffs of Logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the Cliffs of Logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the Cliffs of Logic will defeat the Minotaur.
Oh.
The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice. Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
This is familiar.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate?
You've done this
oracle
before.
Or the crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes.
King's Quest 3. Watch the VOD.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
Alexander has
Tell you that the catacombs
has killed a dragon to save his sister.
a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
I am ready.
Very well. My guards will take you there now. You seem courageous enough, but the catacombs will determine how brave you really are.
All right.
Why did you tell Lord Azure you were ready and willing to face the catacombs? No one is ever ready, and only a fool could be willing.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human.
Hoorah,
You
Alexander.
will renounce your choice soon enough when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
I'm gonna chew on the air for about 2 seconds. All right. I have a minor guide to this.
The catacombs entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards.
Bastards.
It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option.
All right, let's see if I can keep my cardinal directions in check. I have to go north. Oh, wait, actually. Save. We're not saving this as Mint anymore. Now it is Combe! North! East! East. Beautiful music. North. Ah, what a lovely skull. I shall acquire it and put it in my collection of other skulls.
Alexander picks up the skull.
Beautiful, beautiful skull. Now south! West. West.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Ooh, spooky. North. And finally, west. Oh dear sweet lord. How shall we ever clear this space? First I have to keep my mouse up here to keep the game paused. Alright,
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear that sound? Ah!
Spikes and you're out.
Ah, great. Restore to Combe! North. East. We must acquire the skull. For it is a skull that we must acquire, and an acquire that we must skull.
Alexander picks up the skull.
It will look lovely in my collection. Ah, yes. Witness him.
Alexander is carrying a human skull.
In all of its glory. Yes. Such a beautiful piece of human engineering. I mean human making, because it's a skull. So we make them within our wombs.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Oh, yes. Indeed. I require more brandy. Alright. Let's see if I can figure this out then. North. Southwest. Southwest. North. North. Northwest. Southwest. South. Indeed. Thank you for pointing that out, Dragon. No, I'm actually, to anyone who has seen Tom Scott out there, a while ago he had a series that was very, very funny, and it's called Citation Needed. And, his buddy Chris Joel does an impersonation of a very drunk soldier. More brandy! Okay, cool. Ah, what a weapon of defense this is! I shall take it and add it to my collection.
Alexander takes the shield from the wall.
And I shall save the game. Brandy! Save. I'm not done. You dare interrupt an officer of the crown. Alright, north, 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 west, west to find the corpse. Take the coins off the corpse. Got it. North. North. I wonder why they had Alexander change clothing for this game. Because, like, excuse me. North. Because he used to wear that purple shirt, like that purple tank top. And then in the second game that he was in, he was wearing, like, the very simplistic teal shirt. West. West. Magnificent. I see no corpse. I shall feel about this body. Perhaps its clean pelvis will have something.
The stone shelf and the ancient bones, but finds nothing except the dust of the grave.
Ah, this one has some coins on his eyes.
Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes.
Magnificent.
He takes the old coins.
They shall be useful in my many versions of collections I have. Next to the human skulls is the coins. One I may sell, one I may keep for myself. To be centuries old is to be worth more money than a man could imagine. I hear a minotaur in the distance, but I am not afraid. I have the power of cocaine and brandy on my side.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down.
Pause. Little did you know I have the power of brick!
Desperate move.
Boom!
The brick is caught between 2 cogs. The gears creak and shudder. The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is...
Reminiscence of Space Quest 2.
The trap is sprung.
Sweet, let's save. Did I already save something as brick? Did I? Is there... No, book, tinder, stone, stone 1 through 3. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna save this as brick. Brick. Save. More brandy. Alright, just a moment. East, east, north, east. East. Goodness, my beard is itchy. North. East. You know, these catacombs are almost as confusing as the catacombs of Carthage from Dark Souls. Everyone will understand that reference. Oh no! For the floor it has vanished!
Sounds! A trap floor!
You just say sounds?
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
I have a tinderbox.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander lights the extinguished torch and puts his tinderbox away.
Sweet. We're now on floor 2. Salutations. East and west. West. It's how many W's? So I've gone 2. It wants me to go 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. And then south. South. Burn it. East.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall. This room forms a cul-de-sac with the dead-end wall to the east.
Okay.
The sounds came from behind the dead-end wall.
Oh, I see. Haha!
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones.
Now we can spy upon our foe.
Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs. Aha!
The Minotaur has a brain.
Another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall. While Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it. Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
Hopefully. Alright, real quick, I'm going to go back and grab some food again, because I am still starving. I only got a snack, but I'll be right back. I'm back once again. With a much more fulfilling snack. Let's get going. There we go. There we go. We're doing it.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Oh no! Oh no!
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur, and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste. Alexander steps further into the room. The movement catches Lady Celeste's eye. She screams for help.
You there, human! Help me! Help!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
Hey!
Never. You die, human.
As the Minotaur advances in attack, Alexander slowly backs away. Until he can back away no more.
Now where to, little man?
Hey.
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully!
Ha ha!
Bright red.
Red. Now you die.
Ha! And the fires
Minotaur
reached
drops
up in
from sight amidst the
return.
consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Of course not. Sorry. Let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Cool. Cutting the hip rope, cut everything.
You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
Oh, that's nice.
That's very generous.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna follow her. I wanted to grab that glowy thing from the horn.
The winged ones,
There's a crow.
bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
That's sad. They don't look startled.
Lady Celeste, bide thee well.
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellect.
Ha!
Yes, milady.
Now bring him along. I'm going home.
Screw you two dudes. That's very awkward.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy. Well, I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life. So I thank you. I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its ruins. It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle.
Sweet.
As I do, I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the Crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the city of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect your wishes.
Real quick. If anyone wants to, look up Hugbees.
Hail to thee, great
Hugbees TV.
Lord Azure sends you
Because there's a
the
voice
mail.
in his how it's actually made that
he
sounds
solved
much
the
like that
cliffs of
guy's.
logic and
Defeated the Minotaur in his lair.
Why is
So
everything
I've
yellow
seen.
glowing?
So this is the one that escapes my pool of late. Welcome, young seeker. What knowledge do you desire?
Princess Cassima, whatever you can tell me, Great Oracle.
Ah, of course, the princess. That explains my images. Let us see what we can see.
This is such a cool looking scene. Babe!
Maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil. She is a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers, and yours to try to redeem her.
His babe.
How? How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you. I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak.
Ah!
But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies. The risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
Ah!
What else do you see, mighty Oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge.
Ah!
These shades could help
It's the mother and father.
destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the Druids. Be warned. The Druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you. Their island, the Druid's nature is hidden in the mists. There is nothing more I can do for you, except to give you this. It is water from the sacred pool. That and my blessing go with you.
Thank you, great oracle.
Ah! Thank you, dear sirs. You are gentlemen and scholars. Now to look upon my magic map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
And Mother of Mercy, the Island of the Mists. We shall go there.
Feels a strange pulling sensation.
Yes.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Yes. I shall save this as mist. I was hitting the wrong key. To go west.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Yes. I shall take some coal.
Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal.
And this scythe.
Alexander takes the scythe.
Now to go back east. Witness my beauty. View it in its splendor.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
I will now pause the game. And save to see what happens now. To go to the bottom. And to replace. Let's just do coal. Replace. Now let's see what happens when we go up here. It is Druids!
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
Brothers, look!
Uh-oh. Alexander's been seen.
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage.
Interesting how they got notes from the dude if they're in the Isle of Mists.
The cage is swung out over the bonfire.
They can't do anything.
Alexander starts to feel a little warm.
I actually can't do anything. I'm moving the mouse and it's not even showing
The
up.
bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. Mercifully, Alexander passes out from the heat before the first tongues of flame ignite the wicker.
Ah! I'm Goop. What's the pun?
Tickets up. Next.
That was a bit too hot to handle. Alexander should have been better prepared.
Cole!
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I love wonder. Oh, the tomato's still there.
There's a small bottle on the coffee table. It bears a label that reads, "Drink me." Alexander picks up the bottle.
Yeah, they are. Hello, queens.
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else. The lump of coal shall be sent to the Castle of the Crown under my name, and that's all there is to it.
No, it shan't.
Yes, it shall.
If the coal is sent in your name, I shall royally decree a ban on all red on this isle.
Oh, that's funny.
Do, and I shall royally decree that white shall be henceforth used for all mopping up of cabbage stew.
You wouldn't dare!
Oh, wouldn't I?
Oh, it's you! Have you thought of any more of those brilliant ideas of yours?
I found the two of you another lump of coal so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Hey!
Oh, let me see! A lump of coal! And what a beauty it is, too! Oh, marvelous! Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness
Sister.
will keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal.
Oh.
Immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
I demand you exchange with me immediately.
What can you do, Alexander? What can you do? Of course, it's like talking to myself. That's weird. I think it dawned on me for the first time. Alexander and I have the same name. Anyways. We have to equip the magic map. First, you have to go south. One more. Yes, my darling Feyd-Rautha. If anyone has seen the new Dune movie and hasn't read the book, do not speak of it in my presence.
Alexander pulls out.
That's just a minor non sequitur. Let's get on with the game, because I've been really quiet lately. I'm not even tired. I just don't know what to talk about. Beast.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay, let's equip the shield. Oh, it's a deer.
A little fawn is feeding on a grassy hillock near the sea.
Aww. That's pleasant. I love these games. I think we gotta go across this place again. Best animation in all of time, maybe.
Alexander decides to pass through the gate, preparing the shield just in case.
Ah. Boom!
Magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
Good thing that guy doesn't have any more arrows.
Alexander feels his pockets carefully to make sure he hasn't lost anything. Alexander has enough trouble without digging around in the dirt for more.
Oh, okay, I guess that was just gonna walk up here then.
Alexander walks forward, but the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked. Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedges.
Yay! Okay. Sorry, just checking in with the guide so that I don't have to do too much in preamble.
Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges.
Ha ha!
The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut
Oh,
the
really?
roses faster than they can grow back together.
Well,
He sees light.
the maths.
He's through.
This is actually, I got interested in these because, it's been a while. Ah, what?
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander.
Interesting.
I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
Ooh.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
What was the third?
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
What was the third?
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the
Oh, wow,
face
that's
of
funny.
a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. Years, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
Wow.
If there's any way I can help.
Get that coat of arms.
You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life.
Oh, great.
By the laws of this sorcery,
You are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave. A slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible.
This is like the Beauty and the Beast gone
There
wrong.
must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
They do.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire.
It is Beauty and the Beast, isn't it? It is.
Cruelty and cunning.
Yeah, this is Beauty and the Beast, but my character is Gaston, but he's nice.
Truly? How determined.
It's a good animated movie.
I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... If you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you.
Oh, I see. I see.
Count the minutes on your fingers, while your fingers you have, pretty prince. Your master will await you.
Too bad I can teleport, dude. I'm gonna get shim sham shimmying out of here. The music got really loud. The maths. I apologize for ignoring your comment, but you know, I can only now respond to it because we're out of a cutscene. That's actually really interesting. I got into these games because of Daniel Avedon playing through them. Not all of them. Yes. Yes, I am. Enjoying it quite much. But to finish my thought, sorry. I got into these games because of Daniel Avedon playing through Space Quest, and then I got into Sierra games. Because I'm far too young to have grown up with these. But, well, not far too young. I'm just too young to have grown up with these. But, yeah, and they're really interesting. I have to say, I very much like Space Quest. And I very much like a lot of the King's Quests, a bit more than the Space Quests, I'm going to be honest. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to die here, but in Space Quest you can die a lot. In King's Quest I know that it's less often. But let's replace 21 Follows Baby with, Beast. All the extras based on Alexander's what? Introduction options? Oh, interaction options? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean like extras based upon the fact of going certain places at certain times rather than to the places that you would normally go? I need to speak with this fair maiden. Touch, talk, and so on. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. I get it.
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Well, let us give her the ring. Wait, really quick. Let's make sure this is our one.
Beast's ring is made of
Got
pure, heavy gold and bears an insignia possibly related to Beast's princely past.
Ha ha ha.
That would serve no purpose.
Excuse me, maid, but I have someone I'd like to tell you about.
Ha ha ha.
Please, sir, I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Doesn't matter.
Alexander sees no use for that item there.
Just a moment. Alright, here we go. I now know what to do. Because I got a white rose.
Pardon me, maid. I hope you don't think me forward, but I see that you like roses.
Oh, yeah, the
I
D.
thought you
It's
might
very nice.
Perhaps like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Ha ha!
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
Huh.
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
Aw. This is a family-friendly channel? I'm kidding. I don't give two shits. Anyways.
Alexander has a
Ha-ha!
serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of feast with her.
We worked it out.
Let me tell you about the place where the white roses grow. The Isle of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest. The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors.
Oh, the first magic blockade was the water. I get
a
it.
tremendous beast.
Really? Magic blockades? How exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it very terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2 legs and dresses like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
Uh-huh.
A beast that talks and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is the beast magic too?
Not magic.
This is very fun.
Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island. There he lives in a castle in the midst of a maze.
Use of the tales of your baby.
Terrible. Imagine how lonely he must be.
It is a very lonely prospect, isn't it? Oh, I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart. If
Anyone
I
involved
could,
in modern
I
politics? What do you
would
say
tend
to
to
that?
Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it's so. I very much
And
think
your name is just Decomposer.
you would not be afraid of him.
Ah, I see. I see.
Afraid? Maybe at first. But how silly of me to
Yeah,
think
he
so.
is.
The roses in this little yard are
Especially
the
with
only
how much of
magic I will
a
ever
just
see.
complete trash bag
could
the
take
beast
you.
was.
In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have
Yeah,
always
baby, come on.
dreamt of leaving.
Still wish that they did more fully rendered cutscenes.
This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
Alexander would
I
know.
will go.
Haha.
I can help him. I
Because you
must
speak
go.
Windian. Come, fair maiden.
Is there nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Aw.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
It's made out of solid gold.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
Her name is literally Beauty.
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
Hey!
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
Well, that's fine. My name's based off my gamer
Yes, my
tag.
lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure.
You're considering doing reversed versions of your music?
Oh, but
That's
he's
gotta sound whack.
gentle-faced and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. This is a great game.
By the light of your eyes, my spirit soars. The enchantment! It is broken!
Ah, he looks French.
I am pleased to have served you, my lord. Do you still wish me to stay?
What? Speak not such nonsense, beauty. Do you think...
Oh, that's a fat white rose.
Love during my time here? You are my queen.
Oh, wow, I got 11 people in chat right now. Hello and welcome, 11 viewers.
Gown.
Boom!
How well it suits your noble heart.
Dude, there's a mongoose.
Alexander,
He's in the corner.
how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude.
Yeah, I know, right? That's probably the wizard
Take
dude.
these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty, and by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander. But from a fellow adventurer, take some advice. If you find your true love, protect her with your life. Fear all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love.
That's great. That's what
Accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it.
Haha!
Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, beauty. Let me take you home.
Wait, so this guy and the voice actor, so the VA for that guy and the VA for Alexander were in the same animated movie? The mongoose starts singing that. That would be hilarious. Ah, yes, I'm a mongoose. Kill the beast! Ah, yes, here we go.
Alexander searches through Beauty's clothes and finds a long strand of blonde hair.
Sweet. We now have Maiden's hair. That's the mint leaf. Well, let's get shindig diggity out of here. Yeah, but it would be funny if the mongoose did sing it. Can we all agree on that? Ah, he looks so oppressed he's missed his shot. Alright. Oh! Never mind, we must return! Oh, wow, that's insane, actually. Alright. So let's use the vial of sacred water now.
Alexander doesn't want to put that in the tinderbox.
Where did it say lamp? Oh, lamp. Okay, I see. Up, lamp.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's vial into the hunter's lamp with the baby's tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Okay.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water.
Alright. Let's cast the Make Rain spell.
The path, like destiny, cannot be... There's no reason to put that in... There's no reason...
There we go. Alright, magic paint. Make Rain cast.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light, come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea, brew a tempest now for me.
He can just do it now? Oh, that's so cool. He needs no wand.
The lamp in Alexander's hand gives a little perk. He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift teapot.
Boom! Alright, let's grab another white rose and go down and use some stuff. I apologize for the volume of the music. I couldn't really fix it there. Rapper tries to make it rain. I don't mean to sound imposing, but just a friendly reminder that if you're enjoying the content, consider a follow. But if you're not enjoying the content... Gosh dang it, no! If you're not enjoying the content, then you don't have to follow. I don't care. Anyways. When was the last time I saved? Gosh dang it. I think the last place I saved was Beast, which just means that I have to click through all of those cutscenes. Like Slender follow you. I have no idea what that's a reference to, gonna be honest. Restore. Beast, restore. Thank you for the following, Demath. Let us go. Make haste! And run. I need the Rose of White.
Pardon me, maid.
Oops.
Alexander has a thought about the serving girl.
Skip. My hubris has made me not save. Oh, you're talking Slenderman. Okay. I'm used to him just showing up. I normally didn't get far enough to get stalked by him. I was really bad at Slenderman. Boom! The animation in this game is fantastic, by the way. I love it. I love it greatly. It is a spot in my heart. This is very funny to watch very quickly. Mongoose! Go kill yourself. Alright. Gotta wait for the mongoose to leave screen with his twinkling eyes. This.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's...
Yeah, okay. And then, oh, right, and then I have to search through these.
Alexander searches through...
Okay. Now let's take this.
Alexander
Make it rain spell.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of...
Boom, 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 boom. Booyakasha.
The lamp in Alexander's hand gives a little...
Apparently I was so cringeworthy, 3 people left when I said follow.
Despite his makeshift teapot.
Alright. Now let's save. Replace Mountain with the Return of Spell. Anyone who watches my my number 3 will... This is my first playthrough of this game. This is my first playthrough of this game. I've played through all of the other King's Quests before earlier this week. Actually.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Alright, I gotta go to the Isle of the Crown.
Alexander feels a strange pulling.
Yep, strange pulling. Oh wow, I've the idea of these playthroughs is that I play and I beat them in one sitting. So here we are. I did the same thing for Space Quest, except for Space Quest 6, which kept crashing. Just a moment. Oh, right. Frick, let's just restore to the return of spell. We have to get a white rose. My favorite, I'm still going to say it again, my favorite was the last game.
A magnificent white robe.
My favorite game was King's Quest V in this series. Specifically because, 1, you play as King Graham, which is based, and 2, you turn into a mongoose. I'm kidding. I loved pre-rendered cutscenes. It's just more fun for me. Whoop. Let's slow it back down. Just a moment. Gotta make sure that this is all I need. A nightingale should appear.
A grand old tree stretches its luxurious limbs out.
Oh, there is a nightingale.
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard.
What do you mean by that, composer? Daventry.
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
Just a moment.
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
Before what existed? Growing up before... Oh, Pentium. Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Now don't walk back.
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her.
I am using a guide.
Just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
I do have the love poem on me, right? Yeah, I do. Daventry ring. Also have a small stone. I don't think so. Here, wait. Could someone check against me? You need to use the nightingale on the nightingale. Okay. Let's go get the nightingale. Oh, great. He's back selling lamps. Get out of town, wizard.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Got it. Thank you. Ah, it's him. It is him again. His wizard.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Thank you,
Alexander looks closely.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very good, Prince Alex. It is always a pleasure doing business with you. Enjoy the mechanical nightingale and feel free to bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
I wonder if the pawn shop owner is like, this guy's doing something. This guy's on a quest. I should probably help him. You know what I mean? And that's the reason that he's like endlessly being like, yeah, you can abuse this policy I have. Alright, perhaps now, since I have the Nightingale, I can persuade the bird. Aha!
Alexander winds.
Well, it's a small town, gonna be fair, but I wonder if that's like the reason. Boom!
The mechanical nightingale
Such a lovely tune.
tinny tune. The real nightingale in the tree cocks her head and listens intently. The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously, as if she were deciding that this human might not be so bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the lamp is just gone. You've worked on the game for what? What have you worked on this for? What have you done to this? It's already perfect.
Alexander holds out his insignia ring to the nightingale, hoping she perhaps is the nightingale that Jarl spoke of, and that she might be able
Hit the mic stand
to give
again.
the ring to
Sorry.
Cosima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Cosima to his presence on the Isles.
It does say his name on it.
The nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring.
Keep hitting the pop filter, I apologize.
She flies off towards the castle, perhaps to Cosima.
Oh, fantastic.
Sing,
Babe!
what have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry. But this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul, he must be here.
Yay.
Sing Sing, I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here, then, on this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you. Take this ribbon, Sing Sing. If you know where he is, return it to him. Please, be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
His babe.
The little bird makes a delivery.
The vacuuming was my own house. I apologize very much.
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Cosima herself?
Or am I merely wishing it were so? Oh.
Why does voice get so staticky? Perhaps if we give her the white rose.
Alexander holds out the rose, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cosima.
But we already know.
The nightingale swoops down, grabs the rose, and takes it towards the castle.
Aw, it's a very small rose.
A white rose, how beautiful. It must be from Alexander. How I wish that I could see him with my own eyes, but Abdul will never allow it. Be careful, Sing Sing. Do not allow anyone to see you with Alexander.
Her hands are small. They are indeed, yes. Her hands are indeed
The
small.
bird returns to her branch without the rose.
Alright, bub. Last things last.
Alexander has a love poem from a book in the bookshop.
Yes, those would require.
There's no reason to use that there. There's no...
There we go.
Alexander holds out the love poem, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cosima.
Hey! Fly, Nightingale!
The
Fly
nightingale
away!
swoops down, grabs the love poem, and takes it towards the castle.
Brandy! Sorry.
Sing, sing, my sweet. You
It's a
bring
very small
another
page, too.
Let me see. It is a poem, Sing Sing.
What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through?
Yo, narrator, you getting close to my babe?
My heart with links so tight, I cannot live without the sight of you.
Oh, Alexander. I was hoping he'd return to you. Take this to him, my fleet one. Then find some new place to hide. It isn't safe for him to be seen with you, however precious his messages. Now go.
It's the same paper. Okay. That's fine. Ah, he has dropped it upon the floor, and now he flies away.
The little bird makes a delivery. It's a note.
Okay.
Dearest Alexander,
There we go.
I cannot believe you are here, my friend. Please,
No
please
one in
be
town has a
careful.
pen.
Abdul isn't about to let anyone interfere with his plans. Watch out for Abdul's genie, Alexander, and do not do anything rash. I am not without resources, and I will prevail.
That guy's supposed to be a
I can only
genie?
Find some small means of defense. Do nothing to try to get to me. You must not be endangered again for my sake.
Composer, I think he missed a space.
Family's debt, Cosima.
Alexander's hand trembles as he reads the note. For the first time in his long search, he has heard her voice again, if only in writing. No words of love, only friendly concern. Friend. Is the maiden merely shy, or does she regard him only as a brother?
Oh. Okay, good. At least we acknowledged it. Let us save. Let's replace this with an iconic one from last stream. Babe. There we go. And let us pause, because I need to, Oh yeah, that'd be a yikes. To be fair, though, Alexander has saved his own sister before. Alright, cool. Cool.
Alexander sees...
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Gotta reset this area.
Good day, Prince Al...
Try again.
Good day, Prince
Not sure if this can
Alexander.
only work here, but I think it might only work here. So let's load again.
Good day.
Good.
Good day, Prince Alex...
Okay, perhaps what we did just save. So let's drink the drink me potion.
Prince Alex, what is it? Oh, the poor young prince. His heart must have just given out on him.
Good night, Mom. Yes, ma'am.
Prince Alex, but you were...
Yes. Strange, wasn't it? I feel fine now, though.
Dang it.
Perhaps you ought to spend less time adventuring, Prince Alex. You seem to be feeling the strain.
Yep, nope, gotta restore. Okay. Yes, I did. Do I have to actually read the physical letter? Do I actually have to?
Alexander is carrying a message from his beloved Cosima. Alexander reads Cosima's note again, searching for any sign of her true feelings for him.
Dearest Alexander, I cannot believe you are here, my friend. Please, please be careful. Abdul isn't about to let anyone interfere with his plans. Watch out for Abdul's genie, Alexander, and do not do anything rash. I am not without resources,
About to do
and
something
I will
rash.
prevail if I can only find some small means of defense. Do nothing to try to get to me. You must not be endangered again for my sake. Greatly in your family's debt, Cosima.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Okay, 1 second. Abdul Trump. What do you say, Abdul Trump? Alright, use the door again. Perhaps if I just drink this in front of him here.
There's no reason to use... Alexander decides to swallow the potion in the bottle labeled "Drink Me" to see what happens. Suddenly, his vision fades to black. His lungs become too heavy to breathe. His heartbeat slows.
Okay.
Then beats no more. Suddenly, his heart takes a lurch, then beats strong.
Huh?
His chest heaves like that of a newborn. His vision clears, and Alexander feels fine.
Dang it.
Phew. For a minute there, I thought, what if someone else had seen me and thought, sounds.
Abdul have no helper. I don't think so, at least. Let's try this again.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
If Alexander wants anything from the... Alexander will know his future soon enough if he just keeps on with his adventure. It wouldn't be fair to peek.
The guy who was in the castle with him? What are you talking about? The fox dude? Try the drum. I didn't see a drum. 1 second. Let me go back.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Drum. Drum?
If Alexander wants...
Near the armor.
Alexander's musical abilities have always leaned more towards wind instruments.
Huh.
Alexander's musical abilities have always leaned more to...
Nope. Dang it. Talk to the drum.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Anyways. he says. Try again.
Good day.
Perhaps in the bookstore, actually.
Hello?
Nope.
Now, what can I do for you?
What the heck am I supposed to do? Well, do heck.
Good day.
Pause. Enter the pawn shop and drink the drink me potion. The genie will run off until his master. Make sure you keep a lookout for the design of the genie's bottle. I see.
The stuffed bear probably has stuffed fleas. Alexander decides to keep his distance.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, there's the dude outside, but I already tried dying in front of him. Yeah, there's this guy. He's got shiny eyes. Actually, what if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? He does, though. He does have shiny eyes, doesn't he?
Old lamps for...
He does have shiny eyes, doesn't he? Doesn't he have shiny eyes? He has shiny eyes.
Alexander sees...
Old lamps for new...
Still not here. Perhaps if I die in front of the castle? Hmm. Gosh dang it. Yeah, he does have shiny eyes, because he keeps tilting his hat and his eyes keep glinting. Also, what does not him genie does mean? That's like Yoda speech, dude.
A group of serving women approach the castle.
Oh.
Ah, Wolf. More serving women. The castle staff is certainly busy today.
Aye, Gruff. Gotta move on there, wenches. There's plenty of work left to do before the wedding.
Yoda's got a little German in him. That's fair. I think I know what that simplifies. I get into the wedding.
Those serving wenches are always late.
Yep. Got it. I get in there by wearing the maiden's clothes. Let's try this again. Just to see.
Good day.
Okay, could somebody give me a hand in chat, like just a straightforward clue? I don't want this to take too long. I've already been streaming for 4 hours. One second. Yeah, but do you go into the place with the maid's clothing on? That's it? That's all? Well, I want to take the path where you kill the genie. And where were you? Where you freak out the genie?
Good day again. How may I help you?
Gosh dang it. So how do I get to talking to a genie? I want to screw over these guys as much as possible, and I want to use as many spells as possible.
Old lamps for new. Oh.
Good.
He's not in here. I think I verified that he is not in here. Do I have to do this before? Before the letter? Is that the trick? I want to get the complete ending is the thing. I mean, yeah. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Do I put the mint leaf in the dish? Is that the point?
Good.
If Alexander wants... The pawn shop is already filled with curious things. Alexander would prefer not to leave his possessions behind.
Yeah, but where's the
Unless
genie?
He can make a good trade with the pawn shop owner.
Yeah, what if I just gave it to him?
Would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
I think not. I do not have much call for that item these days.
Literally just trying to give him a mint leaf. But yeah, but okay, here's the deal. I want to get the complete ending. The way that this guide says that you do it is that you do the feigned death in front of the genie. And this thing says that I have to proceed to do the drink me potion and feign death. And do it that way. Alright, so I'm missing something. Here, I'm gonna run back through this really quick. I have the spoiled egg still, correct?
The spoiled egg is a slightly...
Alright, so let's go to that room and get changed. Old lamps for new. Is that supposed to be the genie? Just to make sure.
An old beggar is peddling his wares in the village. He offers a variety of lamps, all neatly lined up on a long pole.
That guy's not the genie. Does he do something for you? Like, is he actually useful?
Good day, peddler.
Good day, sir. If you would like to get one of my fine new lamps, I'll need an old lamp in trade.
Isn't it a rather bad business? Taking old lamps and giving new lamps in exchange?
Well, there's always a chance that I'll find a genie. If I had a genie, I'd be richer than a king. Besides, there's always a roaring business in antique luminaries.
I see. So perhaps now, just to check, let's go in here. Dang it. Alright, so let's go to restore. Let's go to return a spell and let's restore there. Because we just did the spell. Now let's get out of here. At our lightning quick pace. Let's take one of these roses.
Alexander takes...
And then let's just do all of that again at ultra fast speed. Just light speed our way through it.
Alexander feels...
Every rose has its thorn. Come on, man.
Good day.
Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no.
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
Let's adjust the speed.
I am no more.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he does.
The poor young...
I don't know which actor, though.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
Seconds later in the castle.
I told you not to pop in like that. You
Okay,
can
so it's
learn
very
to
much
not
blue.
like everybody else. Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news. Well, what is it? Prince Alexander is dead.
We figured it out, boys. For the VOD, this is. We figured it out.
What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious.
Oh, suck it,
I saw
Vizier.
the whole thing myself,
Suck it,
Master.
Vizier.
He was really and truly quite dead. If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding. Anything, Master? Oh, I do love weddings. Well, we do want you to look...
It's long right now. This has been 2.5, and this has been 4.5 hours.
Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Okay, so yeah, it is the blue lamp.
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
Prince Alex, but you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Haha.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
You're not old, Abdul. Whatever his name is. Now I need to trade you. Where was it? The lamp.
Would you mind if I traded...
Of course.
Alexander looked...
That mechanic... Thank you.
Mechanical bird. I still have those 2 coins. I don't know what to spend them on. Am I supposed to buy out his pawn shop? I don't know. I'll wait for the... I'm honestly just going to wait for the guide to tell me what to do. Because I don't know what to buy. If I buy the wrong thing, I buy the wrong thing, and then I'm stuck with it. Bird. On the bird. Yeah, I know that I buy stuff at the pawn shop. I just don't know what things, because it's only 2 coins.
The mechanical nightingale sings a sweet, tinny tune. The real nightingale in the tree cocks her head and listens intently. The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously,
Yeah.
as if she were
I
deciding
figured that
that
one.
this human might not be so
That's fair.
bad.
That's a fair point. It's a pleasant song. Alright, here we go.
There's no reason. Alexander.
Yep.
The nightingale.
Skip all through this.
She flies up.
Sing, sing. A gold sing, sing. Take this. Please, be careful.
There we go. Ha-ha! Who's still with me? Because I see I have 3 viewers. I know that Decomposer's one of them.
Makes a delivery.
What do I need to give her next? The White Rose.
Alexander holds out the rose, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance.
Oh yeah, that is a fair point. I accidentally give Stinky Flower.
The little bird. Alexander. The nightingale swoops down. What?
I was.
Well, actually, I might need to use the gold coins on something else. Gonna be fair.
The little bird makes a delivery.
Alright. No. Grab hands.
It's a note.
Nope, no need for those 2 coins. Got it.
Alexander's no words.
There we go. Babe is replaced with Babe. All about barter. Lol. Got it. So I will go grab the flute, the brush, and the tinderbox.
Good day.
If Alexander wants...
There we go.
Would you be interested in trading for these coins?
Those coins have been around a long time. The copper is too corroded for me, friend.
Shame. It's good to know that we can't use them. Composer, you fool! Unless you intentionally wanted me to get more.
Traded this in?
Yeah, they're the old coins from the catacombs.
Please choose something.
Alexander looks closely.
I want the brush.
I think I'd like.
Very good, Prince Alex. The paint.
Thank you.
Ooh, no, perhaps I am supposed to use them to barter with the man with lamps. Oh, no, okay, so it's for the Isle of the Dead. Got it, got it. Because they were undead, dude. That makes sense. Hand me your Magi
Alexander
map.
pulls out his magic map.
Alright, let's get it over to the Isle of
Alexander
Mist.
feels a strain.
Great gods, did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
Not again.
Isle.
Look,
I see.
I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
What does he mean, not again? We haven't been captured by these guys yet. This the game knows. He gonna make it rain? Yeah, we gonna make it rain.
Before him, robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place. But as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage. And the cage is swung out over the bonfire. Alexander starts to feel a little warm. The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really hot. Fire in the cage. Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames. The flame is extinguished, but the clothes themselves burn to cinders. Alexander won't be able to keep the cage from igniting for long. The heat and movement must have jarred something. Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around.
That's hot.
Bad. Something's really percolating.
That's hot.
The water in Alexander's lamp.
His eyes.
It's just about boiling. Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down.
Later, after a short but furious thunderstorm.
I must apologize for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree. Besides, Wazir Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin. I assume you are the one he meant.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one, unless that person threatens the princess.
A naturist
Sorry to have
wizard?
disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The oracle on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad.
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No. And yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know. Legend has
I get it.
that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life another already passed. But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it, a young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse.
Sorry, I'm not talking.
A black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow, the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned. If there was a means for challenge, it was lost with the night.
I see. Can you tell me anything about the Lord of the Dead?
Ah, that is a blacker matter still. To the Druids, he is Samhain, Lord of Coldness and Despair. Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld. Immortal he is and mateless, robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said
Nice.
he hates all mortals even more for the mortality
Nice quote there, composer.
lost. That is all I know.
The question is that from Disturbed or Garfunkel?
I shall remember.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you're
Wrong answer. Banned. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
May your luck last longer than your storm.
Simon and Garfunkel is a better version. You can't change my mind.
May it indeed. Thank you, Archdruid.
Let's disgrace a skull.
Alexander scoops up some of the red-hot embers in the ancient human skull.
Oh, so spooky.
Alexander puts the strand of hair into the skull.
Yeah, my brother doesn't agree with me, but it is true.
Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers and the strand of hair. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers. Zounds, the steam. Phew, the smell of sulfur.
Ugh. Sweet, so we just made sulfur. I don't know, it's just it's like it's reminiscent of Tears for Fears with those
Alexander
harmonies and
pulls
stuff
out
like
his
that.
magic map.
And the fact that it's not like all slowed like hello darkness, my old friend. It's just a song. Alright, we must climb these cliffs again, so let us save. We will replace Gnome with S-T-A-N-K. Stank. Now we have to climb these again. Yeah, it's also like a nice tune, though, in my own opinion.
Oh no, Alexander loses his balance.
Whoa! Ow! Hey!
It's like he knows that you're piloting him. Oh, sweet. Okay.
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb.
Yeah, I know, right? Holding the form. Right now here... I believe... Ow! Frick! I cut myself in the thumb earlier. And, I just rammed the base of my thumb against my desk. Damn, did that hurt. There we go. Ha ha! Yeah, it hurts like the devil still.
Solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain.
Well, no, it's a small cut. It's like a can that I accidentally pushed my hand against.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
Oh, 'tis a she.
That's it. Come on. I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander. Her eyes appear glassy and sightless.
Ooh.
In her hypnotized state, she is unaware of the humans so close to her flank, or of anything at all except that marvelous smell.
Huh. Okay, cool.
Now ride.
Hairs.
Nightmare deposits Alexander on a strange, cold world. And some of the inhabitants don't look too friendly.
Okay, wait 1 second.
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles, and this beloved spirit is my husband.
Thanks
King
for the
Caliban.
memories.
We were murdered in our beds by our trusted Wazir. Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's soul is broken, and he will not speak.
Then you are the ones I seek. Are you not the parents of Princess Cassima?
Our daughter! Have you news of the princess?
I know that she is alive and safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I'm not personally seen her. Alhazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh, that we could be there to protect her.
Cassima, how I fail thee.
My poor husband will never rest while our murder goes unavenged and our daughter is in danger.
For that
I came to
bad
take you back with me. Your people are still loyal to you. They need to know about the Wazir. Cassima needs you too.
But this is the realm of the dead.
Yeah, I know,
We
it's a bad
cannot
pun.
leave
It was a bad pun. It was always a bad
Or
pun.
for that matter, can you? The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead. But he would never help us. He has no mercy.
I might be able to convince him. I must
Technically, if the coins were gold, they wouldn't rest. Just letting you know.
It is my ticket to the underworld. There you will find the Lord.
A
of
bad
the
pun,
Dead.
however, is its own suffering.
I cannot use the ticket as long as I'm chained here. And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you. Perhaps it will save us all.
Dead.
Be careful, young man. If you can ease my husband's torment and help our daughter, we will be most grateful.
I will do my best.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
here we go.
Queen Ilaria.
The touch of the...
Frick!
I will...
To speak with this lady ghost.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Lost? You mean in this realm?
No. His spirit is stuck in the land of the living, probably looking for me. But I cannot leave to go show him the way. My poor Ali.
Ali.
Is there anything I can do?
Take this handkerchief. If you get back to the land of the living and find him, tell him that his mother is waiting for him here. By this
Dark.
kiss, he'll be able to find his way to the realm of the dead.
I'll do my best to find him.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my Ali.
Oh, there she go. Okay. Man, she just zapped it into us. Ah. 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 Okay, good. I do have the paintbrush on me, right? Just to make sure I do have the paintbrush on me. Okay, yeah, good. Okay. Keep walking north.
The skeleton to the left of the path hands something to the spirits that approach
We've been here
the
before.
underworld entrance.
Ticket, please. Next.
Had several silver coins that came off the face. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Alexander picks up the two bones on the ground. Now, what do these
Oh,
bones
you're up in
remind
Canada.
him of?
I'm actually just south of you guys' border.
Now I remember.
Well, one state south, I should say.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance.
Wow. This is fun. I like this. Them bones, them dry bones. Yeah, yep, that's basically it. Oh boy. They just come on to kick the key off and then dance away.
Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier. Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
Ticket of the Dead.
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
Cool. If you don't understand what that is, you need to play more Halo. Kill confirmed. Kidding, that's not an actual line from Halo, but that's what I was hearing in my brainium.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path.
Huh? There's a glove.
Alexander takes the knight's black gauntlet and examines the writing on it. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master.
Yeah.
Flesh may go
Some
where
good
death
popular
is
songs.
tried and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious. Alexander doesn't want to experiment with the organic surfaces of the underworld. They might not like it.
Okay, wait 1 second. There we go.
Alexander scoops a little of the river Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze, being careful not to get any of the black water on his skin.
I mean, you just turned into Achilles. Oh, that's funny.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander onto the boat.
Okay, I get it. That's funny. Out of curiosity, how old are you?
The wooden gate does not look particularly conversational at the moment.
It's the face. Face gate. Name of the game.
Alexander walks too close to the menacing gate.
Oh, that's funny. You actually have your birth date. What? Ah, frick. Intense speed.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one
Oh, so
who's
you're only like
curious
30.
about the body on the path.
Okay. Well, actually, no, that would be 25, wouldn't it? Next, I'm turning 20 this year.
Knight's black gauntlet.
Yeah, there we go.
examines the
That's the right.
writing on it.
That's the right age.
Flesh mix. The organic surface.
Pew. My math is bad. Down that. Okay, Styx water.
Alexander scoop.
Queens for fair.
Will these
Charon accept.
Okay, here we go. Back here.
The wooden gate. Alexander.
You just want to consume me again? Dang it.
Alexander
Teacup.
Alexander's
Fair.
Will these coins do as fare for passing?
Charon accept. Alexander walks too close to the menacing gate.
How do you not walk too close? Gosh dang it.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path.
Oh, that's very funny. You actually knew what it was?
Alexander
I love Monty Python. It's so funny. All of Monty Python's work are hilarious.
Alexander scoops a little of the river Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Nice.
Will the
Charon accept.
Alright, so we're going to do this by trial and error. Good old-fashioned way. We're just going to pace up to him. And we're going to save just beforehand. Now for something. Save. Replace lamp. The door. Door. Replace.
The wooden gate.
Don't give me that crap game.
The wooden gate does not look particularly The wooden gate does not look particularly Alexander walks too close to the menacing gate.
Gosh damn it. Wow, that's a shame, composer. How do you do this? How do you talk to a gate?
Alexander doesn't see a keyhole in that gate.
I think it would try to kill me.
Alexander reaches out to open the gate. Suddenly, the wood trembles beneath his fingertips.
No?
What touch has awakened my sleep? I smell the blood of a mortal. Reach out thine hand again, fleshy human, that I might devour it. It has been centuries since I last ate.
Oh.
Despite his fear, Alexander summons his bravest voice to command the living gate.
I would pass, gate. I have business with your master.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce thee. Only step forward, and thou shalt meet him shortly.
No, thank you. I come to meet the Lord of the Dead with my flesh still intact.
And
Yeah,
why
using Old
is
English?
my little
Yeah.
past human when I would much rather eat you?
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do. Some task that will allow me to pass through your doors, Gate.
I seem to recall something.
Sounds like a pirate, yeah.
A trick. Perhaps,
He looks psychotic, though.
Yes. Should a human try to pass, a riddle is Gates' wont to ask.
Okay.
A riddle it is, then.
Ask me a riddle, I'm not afraid.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Ask me your questions, Bridmaster, I'm not afraid.
Then human, for it surely does. My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
The answer is love.
Thou
Yeah, I got it.
of the mortal plane, how didst thou guess love? That riddle should never have been solved.
That's funny.
Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough! Burden me not with thy poetry.
Ha ha.
Pass through, and quickly, before I change
All you need is love.
mind.
Sweet. Just a moment, need to make sure that I'm doing this thing right.
The spirits are trance-like in their purpose. Alexander must get closer to the Lord of the Dead if he wishes to show him something.
Save. As replace with dead spelled properly. You thought I was gonna say D-E-A-D spelled properly, didn't you? Fools.
Alexander approaches the throne of the Lord of the Dead.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh? If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are
Man.
here, you are most
This guy's huge.
to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
He has the gauntlet!
Impossible!
Oh.
He challenges death. Who are you to challenge death?
A man of flesh is all I need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge?
This is cool.
Soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Caliphem and Queen Alaria of the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed.
Cool.
The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all 3 of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Ah, yes. I have it now. Your challenge is this. For thousands of years, I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen tragedies that ended empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne, and yet must be for centuries. This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
Let's give him some truth.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp.
Oh, this is cool.
He is glad that he cannot see its face, but the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screening of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. His enslavement to this throne while still a man, the years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it,
because of his past.
the seep of his own humanity, the slow growth of a new thing altogether, which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Take it away. Make it stop.
Yiker, man.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and death sheds a single gray tear.
Yikes. That's cool.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted to stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed and bring them to me.
Oh, and his limbs are all atrophied because he's been sitting down for so long.
Caliphem and Queen Alaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And
Gotta
you,
respect death.
man of flesh,
My steed shall take
Yeah.
the three of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then, I assure you, we will meet again.
No offense, my lord, but I hope that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord.
Again, gotta respect death. He has a job to do.
Are you coming, Majesty?
Alhazred's treachery must be handled carefully, Alexander. Alaria and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Cassima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
I will keep her safe until your return.
Thank you, son. Your love for our daughter must be deep indeed.
What do you mean, did you take an interest in writing a dramatic tune?
Indeed. May we succeed in what awaits us, and live long together as a family.
There are a bunch of dramatic tunes in this, if you're talking about this game.
Good day, peddler. Good. Isn't it a rather bad...
There's no reason to use that. There's no reason to...
Excuse...
An old lamp. And what a nice traditional design.
Ah, I see.
Take your pick of my new lamps. A fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
Sweet. Peddler walks off.
Drat.
Aww. Oh, nice. So since you were like... That'd be 16, wouldn't it? No, that'd be 20, wouldn't it? Save. Replace bonk. Oh, that's nice. Juna lamp. Replace. Now onward with the game. Shim Sham on down south. Over here. Sweet nightingale, let me hear your call. Dogman.
Alexander dips the large black feather into the teacup and stirs the contents gently.
Sweet. Interesting. I've never really gotten that deep into making music, but I do know how to play the
To his
guitar
amazement,
decently.
the jet black color of the
Huh?
feather slowly drains from end to tip into the teacup.
Sweet.
The teacup mixture blackens and thickens to a paint-like consistency. Alexander carefully puts it away, discarding the drained feather. To paint something, Alexander must first choose a location where he wants to paint. Feeling artistically inspired, Alexander decides to make use of the large blank castle wall. Ah, a doorway. Just what Alexander was thinking this wall needed.
Book.
This is the... With trepidation, Alexander gathers his strength for the enchantment of the painted door.
Yeah, that's
Magic paint,
a lot of
like his
disappointment.
paint,
Sorry for hitting the mic.
Bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw. According... The spell worked. The door has magically solidified. Eager to be inside the castle at last, Alexander opens the enchanted door and steps inside. The magic paint door fades back into the wall. So much for an easy exit.
What do you mean, oops? Some plans just have happy surprises.
Three dungeon doors line the east wall of the hallway.
Replace this save. Door. No, oops. Okay. Okay. No! Oh my gosh. This game is weird.
Alexander decides to find out what's on the other side of that door.
Oh, come on. My game crashed again. 1 second. Let me pop it up. Let me pop it open. We got it. Just give me 2 seconds. Got to see the opening cut again. It's almost 12. Oh, sweet glory. If this is like most CR games, there's going to be about 15 minutes of content here. Like 15 straight minutes of just content. Hair today, gone tomorrow.
Alexander decides to find out what's on the other side of that door.
Hey, it's the clown.
Prince Alexander, I can't believe it. How did you get into the castle?
Well, actually, it's a little hard to explain.
I bet. You run a terrible risk of being here, though.
Is his name
The
YOLO?
castle is crawling with guard dogs, especially today. The Vizier will have your hide if he finds you.
I know that, Jallo. But Cassima is being married today. What
Oh,
greater
it's
risk is there
Jallo,
than
okay.
that?
Of course you're right. Young love. I forgot what heartburn it is. But what are you supposed to do about it?
I get it. Yeah. No. I just never caught his real name because I was too brain dead.
That all? And here I thought you would try something dangerous.
Don't worry about me, friend. Just tell me, where is Cassima?
As far as I know, she's still in her bedroom upstairs. You'd never make it up there, though. The guard dogs are everywhere, and they're very loyal to the crown. Unfortunately, right now the crown means Alhazred. If we had proof of something truly afoul, the guard dogs might listen. As it is, they're your enemies, not his.
I understand. I've had no lack of enemies since I got here. In fact, you'd almost think I wasn't welcome.
There's probably a good reason why so many wish to harm you.
Got a point.
I believe the Vizier's genie has learned of your presence on the islands.
Tell me about this genie.
Alhazred brought the genie with him when he came to this kingdom. It is seldom the genie will take human life himself. Usually he is more of a trickster and a spy. But that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. In fact, he is quite powerful. If, for example, we could get the genie's lamp, then you could master the genie. Alhazred and all our other problems would be solved.
Is that merely wishful thinking? Or do you have something in mind?
If you're talking capital T Trump, I'm not going to get political on this channel, dude. Just going to be honest.
About owning that lamp. My fingers are nimble enough, and I could probably find a chance to steal it. Unfortunately, the theft would be detected immediately, and I happen to prefer my neck attached to my body.
If the theft were detected.
Exactly. So, I have also thought if I had a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I just might be able to... where would we get a replica of the genie's lamp? Dreaming's pleasant, but I'm afraid it won't help to stop the wedding. But for Cassima's sake, well, I wish you luck. I'll be here if you can think of anything I can do to help.
Thanks, Jallo. I've been thinking of what you said about swapping a replica for the genie's lamp. I got this lamp from the old lamp seller in town.
Shamala. Yeah,
Do you
right.
think it will pass?
There we go.
Why, yes! It's an exact replica. That's amazing. How did you guess?
I
Luck.
suppose it was intuition.
Yeah.
I'll have to wait for the right moment, mind you. But I should be able to get close enough to swap this for the real thing, and none shall be the wiser. Now you shall see Jallo's skill.
I'm sure your hands are mightier than my sword, my clever friend.
Go ahead and do as you've planned, and let me worry about swapping the lamp. If I accomplish the trickery, I'll manage to get the lamp to you somehow. You never fear.
Sweet.
I have faith, Jallo. You are a true friend.
Oh, shucks. I'd do anything for the princess.
He walks off. That's actually the same walking animation that one of the clowns in Twilight Princess has. Twilight Princess, goated game. I don't care what you say about it or what you think about it. If you think it's bad, get out of here. Because you're wrong. Oh, okay, it had to pass through there. Wow. Alright, here we go. Covert ops, baby. Always doing the sneaky sneak.
Alexander opens the dungeon.
Yep. Weepy ghost boy.
Mother? Mother, where are you?
Neckerchief.
What's the matter, little boy?
I'm lost.
Aww.
Find my mother. I don't know why she would just leave me here. I've been alone ever so long.
You must be the son of the spirit I met in the realm of the dead. She gave me this handkerchief and asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you there.
Ghost Chief. Spooter.
It's Mama's. It even smells like her. I can feel her now. I know where to go.
Wait. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about the castle?
I like to play in secret places. In the basement behind the Man of Steel.
Not Spooderman. Yeah, I know.
Nobody except me knows it's there anymore. Farewell.
Behind where? I didn't catch any of that because of voice acting and because of Spooderman. Pause. I see. Okay.
Alexander will need to enter the north hallway if he wants to do anything with that armor.
Got it.
Alexander examines the suit of armor, but sees nothing special.
Ghost! Perhaps if we look at it.
In the corner is a suit of armor of ancient design. Its right arm beckons slightly. Alexander examines the suit of armor, but sees nothing special. Remembering what the little boy ghost said,
we go.
Alexander experiments with the suit of armor. He pushes down.
I remembered
then
what the
pulls
kid
up
said.
The knight's right arm.
There we go. Yeah.
A secret passage.
Sweet.
Alexander
Cool, it's
hears
a
the
dingy
sound of
room. Looks like
voices
my
coming
bedroom.
from nearby. Alexander peers through the chink in the wall.
It's covert.
Captain, I've been hearing rumors from the guards who've been watching the princess. They say lately she's been pounding on her door and begging to be let out. Ain't none of my business, sir, but news like that is upsetting the other dogs. Ain't no guard in the castle who would willingly keep the princess anywhere she don't want to be.
Hasred claims that a foreign intruder is here to assassinate her. That's why she's got to be kept under lock and key, right up until the wedding.
Call me an old dog that can't learn new tricks, but I say the princess should be the one given the orders.
Alhazred has been in charge for months, what with the king's death and Casima's mourning. Tonight, the wedding will seal it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like him or not, he's our liege. Need I remind you of your oath to the crown?
Aye, we've an oath. For the sake of the princess, we'll not be forgetting it. He'd just better treat her well.
Speaking of the Wazir, what do you reckon he's keeping in that magical room of his?
It's not a magic room. It's just the door he's enchanted somehow.
Weird.
I say he's still got the royal treasury in there, along with whatever else he's so eager to protect. Not even the court treasurer is allowed in there anymore.
I heard him in the hall the other day. He was speaking of that door. Black magic is what I say. I heard him say, Ali, but then Bay came up and started yapping at me.
Enough! It is not our place to question the practices of our liege, no matter how strange. The wedding will be starting soon. Report to the throne room when you hear the music start.
I see. ALI. It gives it to you there. Alright. Climb up the stairs then, I guess. Climb up the stairs, dude.
Phew, that was a climb. Alexander hears the faint sound of a woman crying nearby. Alexander peers through the chinks in the wall, trying to locate the source of the crying sounds. Alexander's palms begin to sweat and his heart to race. It's Cosima. He's found her.
Psst. Princess Cosima.
What? Who's there?
It is I, Alexander. I'm here behind this wall.
My, how suave that sounds.
Alexander? It really is you. Oh, I knew you were close by, but how did you get inside the castle walls?
He's so chonky.
It's a long story and not important now. You did get my ring.
Oh, yes. It has brought me such comfort, Alexander, to know you were close by and had not forgotten. But you shouldn't be here. You're only endangering yourself.
I don't care about the danger. I would brave anything to learn.
What is it?
Alhazred, do you want to wed him, Cosima?
Oh, please believe me when I say that I never agreed to marry that man. Even when my father trusted Abdul absolutely. I never liked him. But with mother and father gone, I'm afraid there's no stopping him.
If you do not wish to marry him, Cosima, you shall not. I promise you. Only come with me now, and we shall escape.
How? I cannot fit through this wall. Besides, do you think I could leave my kingdom, my people, in Abdul's hands? But Abdul would tear the castle apart if I were to disappear from my room. You shall have to do what you can to delay his plans from your end.
I can't just leave you here.
Alexander, do not despair for me. I have been safe in this room for nearly 6 months now. Abdul can be in no hurry, whatever he plans. After all, I'm to be his bride, am I not? I have been planning too, you see. I believe I can escape. If I can only get a chance to lay my hands on a weapon, there might be an opportunity in the hustle of the wedding.
But I...
Shh, just a moment more, then you must go. Let us not waste time with words. Please, let me just look at you, dear Alexander.
Here, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might come in handy.
Her peephole?
Why, it's perfect. This is
Why do you
just
say it
the
like
sort
that,
of
man?
thing I've been looking for. Thank you, Alexander. I'll keep it close and use it if I must. Oh no! Someone's coming!
The lock on Cosima's door rattles abruptly.
Alexander, hurry! Step away before they see you!
Alexander hears scuffling and a woman's brief cry from the other side of the wall. Then, silence.
Alright, let's go. And like always, let's save yet again. Babe 2. The sequel no one asks for.
Alexander hears the sound of scratching coming from the other side of the wall.
Gross.
Alexander looks through the chink in the wall.
Oh.
Dear Shadrach, salutations from the Society of the Black Cloak, etc., etc. My long preparations are about to come to fruition. In a matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Casima. Once I've established my power and my crown, I can stage another accident. The princess has proven infuriatingly stubborn, as you know. She's becoming quite a dangerous little thorn in my side. In a way,
It's a long letter.
shame I have to kill her. She is lovely.
I'm gonna stand up really quick so I'm gonna move the mic.
But I can't risk her talking treason to one of the guards. So far, I've managed to keep her locked away, but I can't continue that forever. Well, on to it now. I'd send her to you, but as you know, I had no luck in doing so with Mordak. I close in triumph. King Abdul Alhazred. I think it's about time to see if Shamir has taken care of the wench as I asked. It's almost time for the wedding.
This guy sucks.
The Wazir's words fill Alexander with blazing anger and fear for Casima's life.
That blackguard! That murderous swine!
Stage another accident. Yeah, I know, right?
Anything to say about it?
I should have given him a tiny hat. Dang it. Let's go north.
There's a vague outline of what appears to be a door on the wall.
Alright. Come back down really quick because I gotta look at some stuff. So that means moving the mic again. Sorry.
The old walls are dirty and show the neglect of a forgotten place.
Just another brick in the wall. Yeah, I know, right? That looks like
Alexander
a special brick.
sees nothing of interest there. Alexander sees lots of black cloaks.
Huh. Alright, just a moment.
Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Skeleton keys work on everything, right? That's the point.
Alexander inserts the skeleton key in the trunk's lock and turns it. He hears a click. Alexander opens the trunk.
Yeah.
Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it. The letter is addressed to Abdul Alhazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the island so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
Wow. Slime ball.
That fiend!
Alexander steps confidently out into the
Crap.
upstairs hallway and sees 2 guard dogs.
Hey, who the...
I haven't saved in a while.
Don't
Dang
just
it.
stand there. Grab him, Bay. I'll bet it's that saboteur fellow the Wazir warned us about. I say we run him through right here and now.
I did it wrong.
No. Woof. The Wazir will run you through if he doesn't get a chance at the prisoner. Let's put him in the dungeon for safekeeping, then we'll go tell the captain.
Aye, Wolf, you're right. Let's go. You'll stay in here until we've...
The guard dogs leave Alexander to his fate, locking the door noisily behind them.
Ah.
Alexander wonders how he'll get out of this one.
Yeah, now you can just restore. Okay. Babe 2, restore. The sequel no one asked for. Let's crank the speed all the way up.
Alexander hears the sound of... Alexander looks through...
Dear Shadow, in a matter of... Once I was... The princess has proved... In a way, well, onto it now.
I have applied the sequel no one asked for
the Wazir's words
about 5
fill
times
Alexander with
in my
blazing
saves.
anger, and that Alexander sees Lot. Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Inside the... Alexander inserts Alexander. Alexander picks up the letter is it greetings. It looks like they're...
That fiend.
Go back from whence he came.
Alexander crawls back through the wardrobe to reach the secret passage.
We will get through this within the night.
Alexander sees nothing of interest there. Alexander sees...
Save. Replace. Night. This will be one word, no caps, because it's not a caps hour right now, guys. It's almost 12:17. Oops.
Since the door on the west wall has no visible knob or handle, Alexander decides to try to open it with his voice. He composes his words carefully.
A L I Z E B. Why couldn't they have just let you type that in?
Door, I would have you open. Ali Zebu.
It worked. Alexander pulls the drapery aside, curious as to what might lie underneath.
What's scandalous?
On the table is a fleece made of gold.
That fleece must belong to the winged ones. and they thought the Isle of Wonder had taken it.
Alexander hesitates to take the treasures on the table without learning more about them.
That's funny.
On the table is a coat of arms with the head of a beast on the crest.
Haha.
Beast said that his coat of arms was stolen by the Druids. This must be it.
On the table is a miniature oak tree. It looks very old.
That must be the sacred miniature oak that the Druids thought the Winged Ones stole.
On the table is a strange-looking stone that's giving off an odd, high-pitched noise.
That must be the Isle of Wonder's singing stone. Didn't the queens think that the beast had stolen it?
As Alexander looks at the objects on the table, he realizes the depth of the Wazir's cunning. It must have been the Wazir or an accomplice who stole that one thing most precious to each island, and then leaked rumors that one of the other islands was responsible.
What did the Wazir have to gain by causing the islands to hate one another?
Alexander decides to leave the Golden...
Okay, so now we just gotta get Shimmyin, but only in a second.
Alexander hears the sound of music coming from the east. It sounds somewhat classical, but... oh no.
Oh no.
It's wedding music.
It's the wedding march.
Alexander hears a door off the north hall open. Then, the sound of guard dog footsteps.
Gotta go south. Do you have to purchase rights to
Alexander hears
music?
the sound of a guard's footsteps coming from the north. Wait, there are more footsteps approaching from the west. Now... Alex...
What? No. Frick.
Alexander, what?
You'll stay in here.
Yeah.
Alexander...
Speak, friend, and enter.
Since the door on the west wall has no visible knob...
A-L-I-Z-E-B-U.
Listen, door.
It worked. Alexander... on the beast's coat of arms, on the on that, on as
what did the...
Alexander hears the sound of... oh no, it's wedding. Alexander hears a door. Alexander hears the sound. Alexander hears...
Oh, there's a door there. Okay, I can see it now.
Alexander looks cautiously around the grand hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen.
Okay.
The wedding music is coming from behind those two large doors.
Prince Alexander, here, the Wizir will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding.
Ah.
Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good.
Okay.
Alexander is carrying a message from his beloved Casima. Alexander is carrying a letter taken from the Wazir's trunk. Alexander is carrying a letter taken...
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out.
Haha.
The Wazir is not what he appears to be. Casima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this?
Be cool if they made his eyes look red or something.
You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Alhazred? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Casima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Wazir, especially when King Califim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Casima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Casima, declare Abdul Alhazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
But, Casima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's
Did I
you
lose?
that's the danger, as the Wazir has said.
Alexander approaches the wedding party.
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare
Rendered
you allow this
cutscenes.
traitor to get past you, Saladin? You stupid mutt! Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins?
Look at our
during your
chunky
own
boy.
princess's wedding?
He's so suave.
Kill him now!
Lord Alhazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet. And this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me,
Milush Gamer Pro.
feel my wrath.
Welcome to the end of the stream.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips. Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Ha ha!
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to
That's
see
not her,
him
this
get his
is
wish.
Genie.
Obey thy liege now and always.
As you wish, princess.
Just as Saladin prepares to run Alexander through with his sword, a shout is heard from the direction of the Grand Hall.
Uh-huh.
Hold! In the name of the true king.
Aha!
King Califim and Queen Alaria burst into the throne room, looking alive and well, and full of wrath. Behind them, a line of supporters look prepared to battle, if necessary, for their beloved royal couple.
Casima, darling, are you all right? Has he hurt you?
Hands off of her, you murderous goat.
If I want your advice, I'll ask for it, Mother. But, Califim, that's not Casima. I'd know my daughter anywhere.
What have you done with our daughter, you devil?
The lovely image of Casima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Haha!
Why, you conniving serpent!
Get him, guards! Saladin, your sword!
Drat it all! You may have ruined my plans, but you won't get me, or your precious Cassima. Get them, Shamir! I command you!
He's getting away! Stop him!
Yes, sire, as soon as I deal with this genie.
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw balls of dazzling light at the guard dogs.
No!
The genie, finding a free moment in the battle, suddenly realizes that Alexander is still in the room and sends a dazzle spell his way.
Gotcha, Prince Alexander.
Why did I lose? Oh, this is gonna be one of those, isn't it? Wait. Let's restore to a different restore. Restore on night. Yeah, I don't have it anymore.
Since the door... Having chosen his work, the door. Since the door...
Listen, door.
It worked.
There we go.
Alexander... On the on the
that
on the
that
those on the as Alex
what
Alexander Alexander hears the sound of oh no Alexander hears this wait there are more footsteps.
I feel like something has gone terribly wrong.
Alexander looks cautious. The wedding music.
Prince Alexander, since you are of noble birth...
Wait. If the Wazir is not what he appeared...
Let me see that.
Saladin.
But I didn't...
It is true. But
I cannot...
A jilted love...
The captain of the good...
I could...
But...
Do you still claim that...
Okay, just to make sure. Yeah, I don't have the lamp on me anymore. Okay.
Alexander...
Prince Alexander here?
What, milady? Tell me what...
Why can't...
Just as Saladin...
Hold! In the name of the true king!
Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I get it.
Cassima, stop!
And
If I want your advice...
but...
What the love...
Why? Get it right it all. He's getting away.
Yes, sire. As soon as I deal with this genie.
I get it.
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw bowl.
Here we go. Yeah, we got it right this time. Okay. Okay. I got it.
Alexander, be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here! Here I am, master! It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me? Well, there were the guard dogs, master, and then... Never mind! Just kill him! Kill him now! As you wish, master. Razzle, dazzle, snap and snazzle!
Alexander, I did it! I swapped the lamps. Here, quick, take it.
Bless you, Jalo. I knew you could do it. Now get clear, friend.
No argument there, my lord. Good luck.
Shamir Shamazel, hold your spells. I am your master now. I order you to go back into your lamp.
How did you get my lamp? You thief! You've ruined me! My lamp! Oh, thank Valhalla! I hated working for that loathsome creature. I already feel his nastiness leaving me. How I've longed for a master like you.
Aw.
I've got a new master. I've got a new master.
Yay.
So, you are a thief as well, Alexander. Stealing the lamp was very clever, I'll grant you that. But I am the master thief. Face my sword if you dare. The man left standing shall have the lamp.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I don't need the genie to deal with a coward like you.
Inspiration, Alexander fixes upon the only weapon in sight.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince. So, the mouse would bite?
Let's kill him.
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see. Or
As
should
we
I
all
say,
know, a claymore only needs to
feel?
hit once.
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it
Why is he wearing
down
black
now.
all of a sudden?
I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
A tempting offer, but I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
Suit yourself.
This is awesome. This is actually really cool. Accurate dueling. Let's give him a little crown. There we go. Not him. Him. There we go.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Oh no!
Not if I can help it, you murderer.
Haha,
Casima
get
thrust
stabbed.
the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
So fucking
dare
cruel.
raise a finger to me. You will regret that, princess.
That would serve no purpose.
Get knocked.
Casima!
Yep, drop his
Are
phone.
you all right?
Yeah, baby.
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, Princess.
We've won.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you.
Why couldn't Skyrim have a story like
Can you
this?
find it in you, Princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Casima. Would you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince?
Big, chunky, kind-hearted dude. Yeah. That's the end screen we've been looking for.
Oh, guards!
Princess Casima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
Draw his sword. 1 week later. Gotta move the cursor off the screen.
Casima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform
There's
the
Graham!
ceremony. Saladin is
It's our
honored to
boy!
do so.
Oh, and there's everyone from the story.
Great joy in the land of the Green Isles. We witness the union of Casima, beloved
Druids.
princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry. Do you, Prince Alexander of Daventry, take Princess Casima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Why did they have the opening be 3D animated
Princess
then?
Casima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live.
I do.
Do you have a ring?
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
Very good. Please place the ring on Casima's finger.
Oh, right.
Who gives this bride to be wed?
Her mother and I willingly give our daughter's hand in wedlock.
You got an Egyptian princess.
Who will speak for the groom?
I will. Alexander's mother and I recognize his marriage to Princess Casima with glad hearts.
Go King
We
Graham!
sanction this union.
Then,
Sorry,
Alexander
best character.
and
That's all I'm saying.
Casima, I now pronounce you man and wife.
Look at the way he's standing like a freaking swashbuckler. One arm around his wife, one arm down.
Congratulations, my children. I have an important question for you both. Please hear me.
Yes, sire?
Alexander, I welcome you into our family with open arms. I placed trust in Alhazred because I so badly wanted a son and a husband for my beloved daughter. I was wrong. But you are true and good, Alexander. You have proven yourself to all my people.
Thank you, sire.
Olaria and I have been through much. Even though we have
Oh, even the
returned
queens are
to our
here.
kingdom, I do not think we are able to reign again.
Yeah.
You too consider the crown. I know as king and queen, you can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it.
Oh, father.
Why, I'm honored. What do you think?
It's almost
Cassima?
1 o'clock in the morning.
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
Father, I believe I'm needed here. Would you be very disappointed if...
Son, you must follow your destiny. I do believe the land of the Green Isles needs you. You'll be a magnificent king, though dearly missed in Daventry.
He's wearing his adventurer's cap instead of his crown.
Oh, my boy, what a man you've become. And how I will miss you.
Don't worry, Mother. With Shamir's powers, we'll be able to visit often. I'm not about to forget my family.
Congratulations, Alexander. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, dear sister.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so glad.
Alexander has now saved two
Between the
damsels in
return of
distress.
our beloved parents and our new reign, you've made me so happy.
I'm glad I could make up for some of your suffering, my beautiful wife.
Congratulations, King Alexander. When we return home to Daventry, your crew will be glad to hear that their battle at sea was worthwhile in bringing forth a new monarch.
We were so worried when your men arrived home without you, son. I'm so thankful that you are safe and happy.
And I am as grateful that my crew did not pay for my driven heart.
You have only brought us all good fortune, sire. With Shamir saved and his power used for good, reuniting the islands will be far easier. He has already repaired the ferry. Your road will be easier now that the islands are no longer feuding. Already the wounds are starting to heal.
Yes, my love. Discovering the island's stolen treasures has done more to bring peace to this land than anything else. It is now clear that Alhazred had Shamir steal each of the island's most valued treasures, then blame the thefts on others to cause the islands to hate each other.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Cassima.
Long live King Alexander! Long live Queen Cassima! Long live the land of the Green Isles! Hooray!
Wonder if they just got everyone in the office to say that chant into like 3 mics. That'd be very funny. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pixel art kiss. Haha. I love this. I felt more emotion playing these games in the past week than I have felt in the past 4 years of my life. That I'm not joking. This has brought me such genuine joy. And now this music is probably copywritten. I cannot pause. I cannot turn off the music. I have no idea if this is copywritten or not. I'm gonna keep speaking over it so it doesn't register. Ah, goodness. I've gotten an email. It's from people trying to sell me weed. I don't even smoke. It's done. It's beautiful. We finished it together. Oh, I'm so glad I did all of these on stream. If I didn't, I would probably get instantly mad and be like, there's no reason that I'm still playing this right now, so... yeah. Goodness, this is a good game. To everyone who worked on this, I mean, their credits are rolling by. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, Robbie Benson. Or Robbie Benson. That was mentioned a few chats up. To everyone who worked on this in Sierra, everyone who worked on this that was contracted in, I thank you thank you dearly for making this game, because it has now become an integral part in my entire life, as well as the rest of the series. In 2 days, we're going to wind up playing the last game that I have, which is 7. And then that's going to be it for the series. The series is going to be over. These streams will go up. These VODs will go up on my YouTube. And yeah, this will be a part of my life that is eternally locked in there. This is an amazing game, and the people who made it are amazing. And I wish with all of my heart and soul that Sierra was still one of the big names making PC games. But lo and behold, the company got sold, and then people drove it into the ground through just acts of stupidity and ignorance. And, you know, swindling issues. But yeah, that's it. I cannot leave the credits, so we're gonna let them roll. Sweet merciful heavens. Oh, Ken Koth, he worked on all of them. I've done 100% of King's Quest VI. Congratulations on your excellent performance. If you want to go beyond the ultimate score, we recommend that you try the other, easier entrance to the castle. You can do so easily restoring back to the point just before the Druids' rainstorm. Don't go back to see the Druids, instead head to the castle. New puzzles, challenges await you. Oh, that's fun! And then their big old logo. Let's put a little crown on top of that. This game is so pleasant. This game is so lovely. And does it just fade to black? Yep, it just fades to black. Which is perfect for a stream. Of course, now my actual cursor is visible. Let's put up image 1, because this was a late stream. Let's put back on the smooth jazz. The coffee bar jazz. Let's turn it down just a hair. Well, that was King's Quest VI. It is currently 12:51 in Tacoma, Washington. Or not Tacoma, Washington. I guess just in Washington. Along the East Coast, and along the West Coast. I'm not in Tacoma. Don't look for me. Let's find someone to drop in on. We have no one to drop in on. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, anyone watching the VOD, thank you for watching. Anyone who's watching now, or who was watching before and came back to see the VOD and isn't following, consider dropping a follow. It really actually does me some good. And speaking of which, we have hit a milestone today. We are at 22 followers. The milestone, of course, being only 20, but we are at 22. You guys have gone above and beyond. Thank you. Thank you for following and spending some time with me. And real quick shout out to the 2 people watching right now, the 332 people that have watched in the past, the 22 people following, and that timer for letting me know that I've been streaming for 6 straight hours. And last of all, shout out to you. Anyone who's watching this now, whether it be VOD or stream. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. With that, farewell. Adieu. And if you're on the West Coast, or anywhere beyond there, good night. I'll see you on Wednesday.